dock was surveyed by the same surveyor, but they never pinned the water. So what happens is his dock that he got approved by the city for one dock, he put two docks in, and then he widened his dock that wasn't on the plans that were approved by City of St. Pete, and then just kind of just free for all. Then he came out, and I have the emails from his dock installer that he dropped two pilings in without permits, and he's got two pilings that he put on my property currently to the west, and then he put two pilings in, which you can see on that picture where that boat is, which wasn't permitted either. So it's like the neighbor on the side of me is just doing what he wants to do. So I went and spent the time and energy to get it surveyed and to make sure it was properly surveyed, which I have a copy I can show you guys. You guys can take a look at it. But on this survey that I have, it shows my lot, how it's free and clear, but it also...
There's an overhead.
There's an overhead over here.
Oh, there's, okay.
You can talk over here, too.
Oh, that's perfect. Let me go get that pointer. So this is actually the survey that is on that property.
You just wait till you're at the microphone, please.
Okay, so this is the survey that's actually of the property, so you can see what it is. So the neighboring property, he owns 5 and 6 and 7. When he pulled the permit originally, he only owed 6 and 7 when he bought the property across the street. And on that permit, which I can show that to you in a hot minute, is he was supposed to come up here, take his dock over, which was going all the way over to this property line here, and then come up and then basically put his slip in, which he was only approved for one slip. The floating dock was never approved. And I have pictures I'll show you in 2 seconds of what he actually did out there. Well, then he acquired parcel 5 here, and then immediately he called somebody, which was the same guy that installed the dock, who's a licensed dock installer, and he installed these 2 pilings right here, and just kind of went off to these 2 pilings and said, oh, I own those 15 feet, I'm just going to stick it out there no matter what, and never got a permit on that either. So that actually happened on that. So now he's encroaching into my slip, which I know that's more of a civil matter, but that's with the county and with the city right now. There's formal complaints put in there because you can't just put pilings in wherever you want to put pilings in without a permit. Also, there's 2 pilings that are actually over here as well that were installed that were never permitted as well. So I do have the email correspondence with his installer because I went out and got a bid from him, and I said, what are you going to do with these pilings? He goes, oh, if we have to move them, we'll just move them later. And I have that in writing as well. I can show you guys. But I'm just trying to get my safety pilings on my property line. So since the neighboring approved me to build my dock on that property line, my hardship is to secure my boat. I just want to secure my boat. If it's today, I've got 3 pilings, and if I was going to put a boat lift in later on and get a permit for a boat lift, I would do a solar boat lift if I was going to go that way. But right now, I'm really trying to get those pilings in just for security reasons. Let me grab the photos of the other things. This is actually what was permitted and approved by the City of St. Pete. So basically what you're seeing right here at this location, that's your corner of your lot where he'd actually come up, turn over, and go straight up his other property line, which, as you can see from the survey, I don't know if you can get them both in here, but you can see as a survey how he didn't even follow that, widened his dock, did what he wanted with it, and basically didn't even follow the property lines that were staked out. He didn't pin across the way because Brendel and Associates actually gave him his property pins, the same survey company that I use. His dock guy just went out there willy-nilly. So the big thing is what was approved and what was built is wrong. And the second thing is just throwing pilings in without permits was wrong. So that's why I'm facing this issue now of trying to get pilings in on my property in order to secure a boat in case of a storm or in case of just weather, just from a safety aspect. So that's my hardship on that. You guys have any questions for me?
Got a few.
Thank you.
Do you have a pen available where you could point at specific points on that overhead projector? First of all, the main survey, the other one that has much more detail. Where is the seawall currently?
Right there.
That is the seawall. Okay. Where is the southern terminus of your lot? So it does go onto land.
It does.
It does. Okay. And on that survey, are those pilings within Lot 4's boundary, or are they within the extended lot lines?
Within my boundaries.
So if you were to point them out there, where roughly would they be on that?
Because I can go out to this location at 60 feet. So they would actually be sitting up here.
Okay. So they are not in your lot line, just clarifying. They are not in your, they're in the extended lot line, not in your property. Okay, thank
Just
you.
like the dock next to me is going.
Understand, when people are saying it's on their lot, and I'm looking at something that doesn't match
Well,
lot, extended lot
these
line.
pilings are actually in my, they're right here. These two that were stocked in are actually in my.
Okay, those are in the extended lot line, not necessarily your property, but it is the extended lot line. Okay, thank you.
Can, before you go away from that, can you zoom in on that a little more so we can?
Zoom in where?
So isn't the lot line the black line, not the dotted line?
That's your line that goes out. This line right here, and my surveyor can talk more in detail, but these are how the slips are located, but we can take them all the way out into the channel.
Right. I'm not.
And so that dotted line is just a dotted line where my continuous line would be going out.
So if you slide that, I'm not worried about the water side like Commissioner Flint was. I'm looking more on the landward side here. Can you slide the image up? The southern. So can your surveyor come up, please, if he's here to testify?
Yes. I need to clarify something right away. You're giving him the wrong.
That's what I wondered.
Yeah.
It's the one that has the measure, the observed and,
So,
Yes, this,
well, hang on. I do need you to identify, give you your name and address for the record, and then confirm you've been sworn, and then.
I have not been sworn in.
Okay.
Yes, I'm David Swaggerty.
Hang on, just wait.
David Swaggerty.
Do you swear or affirm at the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now you can give your name.
So it's going to be a challenge because we're asking you to go to a picture, but you got to talk into the microphone. So if you can first go to the microphone and confirm your name and address for the record, and then can you identify for me the property boundary? I understand that there's some riparian rights of some sort, but
The line here, this is a landward witness line because obviously we can't set corners out in the water
okay.
here. The point right here, see, we had a George F. Young survey. Luckily, George F. Young has been out there years ago and already had been out there and established this. We found the original points. This right here is, you can see me pointing, hopefully. This is a George F. Young OB21 nail and disc on this seawall here. We found our iron rod here. We found a point originally right here. We had found some original line points of theirs. So we reestablished that and found some points enough where we established enough evidence to reestablish this south line over here, because it's obviously it's a 1922, 20 something plat to reestablish this south line of these water lots over here. So obviously when you go out in the water, we can't set iron rods. So we established a witness line 20 feet landward of this. So now there are iron rods of ours, LB 760, I'm sorry, 5/8 iron rods all the way across, all the way these lots, all the way out here. So they're well established, called the witness line. So Mr. Moran has calculated points that he thought this was his south line over here. It's actually over here is where it starts, and then it goes 30 feet to here, because this is where the section line is per plat. Right here is where the section line is, runs through here. The platted line also is where the revised plat of the boat slips of WMS Merrill stops right here. That's where we stopped it also. And then obviously the dash line, like he was showing you, that's the line that extends on out. And then obviously the pilings are over his line he was showing you.
So, Kayla, can you please pull up the aerial image from Mr. Laramore's presentation? I think I know the answer to this, but you can see how the docks do. It looks much messier on the GIS from the property appraiser here than it does on the survey. So,
Very rough, yeah.
so in your opinion, we should not be looking at this GIS.
Yeah, the area was way off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it was way, yeah, you cannot really compare it on the ground to the aerial, yeah, because it's definitely not
Yeah. Okay.
comparable, in my opinion, no. And, our survey, for the record, our survey geometry has not changed. We have not adjusted our boundary or changed it, and we are in line with George F. Young from day one, so,
Okay.
we felt very comfortable, with where our points are on the ground, and we have not,
One other thing to add, we also, when we surveyed it, we surveyed the waterway from the, what else we did is we surveyed the waterway through the canal, and I had them actually go to the opposite side so we could see how deep, how far that canal was, because that would dictate on how long a dock could be built. And he has that information as well, to just see more information for you guys.
So wait, say at the mic, please. So with the seawall there, how do you access, or let me ask the question a different way. The dock that you had approved, where does it end on the south?
It ends on the other side of the seawall currently, like the other dock that's over there, that's just right here.
You don't have to jump 12 feet.
It's gonna be right here.
Well,
So our dock will end over here, it'll start somewhere over here and it'll actually start right there. Excuse me, right there in the corner. And it'll go over that and then go straight out. This is very similar to the dock that's currently here. And the new dock that's coming in on 2 is gonna actually be over here, coming from land, going out to the water.
yeah, that's not our purview, right? So we'll save that for discussion, but I think it's going to be important for the commission to, looking at this survey, figure out what we're deciding, what we're not.
So my main thing is I'm looking to get,
Just a moment, sir. I just want a clarification. When I asked you earlier, where does your southern lot end? You gave me an incorrect location. You had specifically said it went all the way down in the land. It does not.
It
That
does
is,
not. He corrected
that is
he corrected that, it does not.
public parkland, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just clarifying that you gave incorrect information a moment ago.
So again, I'm not very up on riparian law. So can someone explain to me the 30-foot or 60-foot extension or extended lot line? Is that based on some type of water depth?
it goes 20 feet more to the land.
And what enables that? That's a
That's a convenient, just a convenient distance we determined to be on land.
no, I understand your witness line. I'm talking about on the north side.
I think that's more of a question for staff.
Okay. That's fair.
I mean, we can ask them now.
Well,
Not the legal question, but just when you're permitting docks, what's the outer limit of where you can permit the end of the dock?
Well,
Yeah, and this is for staff, sir, just hang on.
The amount projecting into the waterway.
Yeah.
So it's 25% of the navigable waterway. This specific property, I did email the proposed plan to Julie Sims. She is my contact at Pinellas County Water Navigation, because there's that mangrove island that's out from there, and it was not far enough where 60 feet would fall within the 20%. You know, I looked at the others that were there in the area already. I said, hey, would you all approve this? And she did not have an answer. She said it would be determined, you know, they'd have to do additional research and maybe go out in the field and check it out. It may not be an issue because that island, you know, it's not a habitable island, it's just mangroves. So,
But our decision is just the size, like, we're not deciding anything on the length today, correct?
correct. Yeah, that's already approved and it's in county permitting.
Okay.
While you're there, under the circumstances of those two poles that are on his extended line, would he have the ability to just remove those?
Staff would not get involved with that.
Ah,
Yep.
okay, that'd be a civil matter, okay.
Right.
Well, and the county might have enforcement rights. I mean, that's, I don't think,
Actually, sorry, speaking to the county, they will let me remove them.
I'm sorry, they would,
When the doc's approved, then they come out and inspect the location. If those are in my property line, I can remove them.
they would let you allow,
but even if that's not, I'm not saying it's not correct, but even if it's not correct, that's not, I think that there are a million things here that could distract us from what we're trying to approve, and I think that's really going to be part of the challenge. And yes, I don't have any more questions. I asked a few. Okay.
So just to recap, when I'm looking for
Well,
approval,
you have a close. We have to stick with procedure for this one because this has the potential to create further disagreement. So you'll have a chance to ask questions and close. So just hold on to that, sir. Do we have blue cards?
I do. Are we utilizing this blue card that was filled out for you for 3 minutes?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
The
Was there a
surveyor.
question?
We asked the surveyor questions.
But he has a blue card as well.
Did you want to speak? No?
Or we just answer?
Are you just available for questions? Okay. Okay.
Okay. And we're just confirming the procedure here. All right, so Justin Matthews.
Yes, Justin Matthews, 329 21st Avenue South. The property question's the same, 539th Avenue South. I have been sworn.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
I had time to speak with Mr. Elmore, and I told Mr. Moore the same thing. I have no objection of him building directly on the lot line. It doesn't make much sense since they're only 15 feet apart to not do that because it doesn't leave you much usable space inside that 15 feet if you take somebody's setback away. My only concern is the survey and where those proposed docks that he wants to put in now are, because when we got it surveyed by the same company, the surveys are showing one slip down, and he's just seemingly conveniently moved them to the east. I have the original survey here from Brindla, and it's a completely different survey. Not completely, but it's showing the slips in a different location. Got those here if you'd like to see them.
If you have one overall one, can you put it on the overhead, please?
Yeah.
And actually, before you go to the picture, because I suspect we might have some questions, do you have anything more to discuss? Because then we can stop you can finish your time, and then we can ask you questions so we don't get confused on timing. Do you have anything else to discuss?
No, really I don't.
All right, so can you put that up? I think we might have some questions.
The overhead?
Please, yes.
Let me grab these. Okay.
Can you, is north down here? Is that the road?
The north would be straight up.
That's a survey of the house lots south of.
Oh, I got it, okay.
Yeah, it's all of it, showing the house lots and then the.
Can you shift the image down so
line
we can
here.
see it?
Yes.
Jordan, is that still zoomed in? Is that?
I have a exploded version of it as well. I could show you right now.
Okay, yeah, let's shift to that. That's a good reference, though.
Okay. Right on. So that sorry.
No, that's okay. We're asking you questions. That's why I was trying to clarify if you had anything else to say, because I knew the time was
Oh,
going.
no.
So then, in theory, slip 4 is not shown here. It's to the left,
Yes.
and you own which numbers?
5, 6, and 7.
But this survey is done prior to
Prior
the
to the
construction of
install.
your.
Yes, several years prior to.
Yeah.
And then it took us.
I don't,
one says-
so far, I don't think this is inconsistent with the current survey. The dock that's half in and half out of slip 8, I think the new survey shows it pretty much the same configuration, doesn't it?
There's a difference between, there's definitely a difference. I have that survey here.
So do you have a survey from after your dock was built, of your dock, that it shows your dock after?
Shows the dock, no, not, the only one that I've got after the fact is the one that Dan had created here. That's
So are you,
new and different. survey.
Can you put them side by side so we can
your
see?
contention that the new survey is incorrect?
Yes. Yeah. And there were 30-something months in between the survey and
Okay, so in this survey,
Shift it.
the building of it.
so we can see the,
You have to overlay it a little bit.
then
Tough to lay 'em.
Maybe the other way?
move that one to the far. That might work.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about with.
The only real reference point there is the existing dock at the east end of the property.
And the lots look longer and narrower, but that's likely because that back line's not drawn, right? This north line is not drawn.
Well, there is no north line shown.
That's what I mean.
That's just a crease in the, that's just that gray line that cuts right through the middle of the
Right. No,
12 by 12 dock at the, and the bottom one is not a line, that's just a crease in the image.
yeah.
Sir, did I hear you right that you said if he built his, forget what the poles are called, right at the 0-foot lot line, you would have no objection to that, assuming you were able to hash out where the property lines are?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure, of course. It's only fair.
that's not for us to.
Any other questions for Mr. Matthews? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other blue cards?
No.
Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Staff waves.
Okay. Applicant, do you have any cross-examination questions? Well, so there's closing and there's cross. I know the procedure, you have cross, okay, great, yeah, perfect.
The survey that was done in 2022. This survey was actually completed in 22. And the survey that I just gave to you is the 24 survey in October, because I had a pin across the way. But they didn't pin across the way in 2022. So they just went out there and actually surveyed the land. So this is the one that was done in 2022. That
Hang on, who are you asking a question of right now?
the question is, when he says that the survey that he went
I'm sorry, who are you questioning? Okay, Mr. Matthews, okay, thank you.
the
Yeah.
survey that Mr. Matthews showed me that was the survey that was with the city. That's that first survey. I don't believe, and they could probably find that, but this is the one that was done in 2022. This was before he put the pilings in that would actually encroach into my property. You can see they're not there, because this is slip 4 right here. So you can see there's only 2 pilings right here.
I'm not trying to be difficult, sir, but what is the question you're trying to ask? Because you're going to have an opportunity to say all this.
The survey that he went off of when he built the dock.
Okay.
Was that survey.
Okay.
Because the survey that he showed us is an old survey that came from the city.
So,
We had to pin the survey, something similar like this to get the survey.
Mis-
on those areas.
So, Mr. Matthews, the question then is, do you have the survey from when you constructed your dock?
Yes.
Can you please put that on the overhead?
Original one that my dad showed. That original one there?
So that's the survey you used to build your dock? When
yes.
you went in for your dock run? Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Hold on, let me look at something real quick. I want to just look at the date on
Sure,
it.
yeah, it's in 2017.
Yeah, so 2017, that was the one that they did on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Staff, do you have any closing statements?
Staff waves?
And sir, you have 5 minutes for your closing and rebuttal.
The only thing I have to say is what the hardship that I'm looking for is putting the pilings there so I can secure the boat. That's really what I'm looking for, is the 3 pilings that would be on my property line to secure the boat, based on a survey that would be approved, and it would be approved by the county to build the dock. I would like to put the 3 pilings on my property line.
So the applicant, sorry, I'll let you finish, I'm sorry.
If further down the road, if I wanted to put a lift on that, I could always do a solar lift. You don't necessarily need power for that, but I did reach out to Duke with that, and Duke can actually bring power over through the park. I would have to get an easement from the city because you already have power on the park, and that would be just my attorneys going back and forth because I know the neighboring property to the west of me is going to want to put power there. Water's not a problem. Mr. Matthews has water on the property. We can get water there anytime I want. That's pretty simple. But the power part, that the question that you're asking is, yes, it can be done. At this time, I'm not looking to do it right this way. I'm just looking to get those pilings in. Thank you.
So now I just want to clarify. Your intention, if this is approved, your intention right now is just to build those 3 pilings on the east side of your property. But the application is for 6 pilings and a boat lift. So you'd like approval of that today, and you'll do those, you might do those in the future.
The 3 pilings that are on the dock side,
The west
on my
side.
property, so that I can put those in. Those are on the drawings. It's the 3 pilings that are on the property line. So you say 6, I'm saying I'm looking only at the 3 because the other 3 are fine. I can build those all day long. They're on the drawings and they're in the county right now.
But they're not, is that true? Because I thought they were less than 5 foot from the property line.
Yeah, his original dock plan did include the 3 abutting the dock.
And those
So-
are already-
So those are with the county.
Got it, okay. But you are asking for approval for these 3, plus an approval of a boat lift, which you don't intend to do now, but you might do in the future.
I might choose to do, you were asking about
Right.
power, I might choose to do a solar one. And
I just want to clarify what the application, though, what we're approving. Okay, thank you. Or not approving.
Well, so that's a good segue, though, as we go into executive session, and I don't know if this is a better question for staff or for council, but there seems to be a dispute on survey, seems to be a dispute on pilings out in the waterway. We are not resolving either of those disputes, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And so the question that we have is do we support the variance for the 0 lot line on the east side?
correct.
Okay. Okay. So I want to narrow to that because, and I'll start just because I'm already confirming that, but, there's, first of all, I'm glad we had the survey because if you look at the GIS, you don't know what you're looking at. But that's not uncommon, right? The GIS is not a survey. But, I have other questions related to access. I have questions about ownership but those are all out of our purview. And so if the city and the county are willing to permit it, our question is, are we okay with these slips being close together? And frankly, I look at this and I think that that's exactly what was meant to happen here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so while I do think, we're just a bump in the road of figuring this out, it's a unique lot because it's meant for this purpose. It's meant to have a 0 lot line, it seems. And so I can support the variance, though I don't know that that's going to fix everything for the parties that were here today.
It doesn't appear that abiding by setbacks would leave any usable area for a dock. So it seems like providing a variance for the setbacks makes sense.
It almost seems like it would work better without setbacks.
Yes.
Commissioner Flynn?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the pilings to secure the boats, because, it'd be unusable essentially without. My concern would be, I'd be against a lift out there. This is a very unique situation. There's a few others that are like it where you have the primary property, in some of the cases, is on the south side of the road. You got a public roadway, you got public park. You don't have any uplands. You have to go through water to get to this lot. I think it's throwing too much into a small sack when you start throwing a lift on it to jack these things up in the air adjacent to a public park. Float on the water, secure it against some, pilings. My only issue would be, I wouldn't want to see the lifts.
There are lifts there, though, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, are there
Yeah,
lifts
I mean,
already there?
They're there.
I'd be against the lift, at least in this situation. It's too narrow. You get a wall of boats there, and it's adjacent to a city park.
The issue, though, is not the ability to have a lift, right? It's just the setbacks, right? So, I mean, if it's an issue of an eyesore or whatever, if for some reason it was within those setbacks, it would be allowed, right? I mean, I think that's important. I think it's very important.
Would we, the pilings themselves, I think they make sense. It's too narrow. You need to secure the boats so they don't bounce around. I'm just curious if there's any part of this that would eliminate the lift component.
Question, if we weren't here for this variance, based off his question, would he be able to have a lift in this space?
If the neighbors signed off, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that solves that.
And it sounds like both neighbors are supportive,
No, but he didn't, he didn't.
Right, he didn't.
Meet the criteria because he didn't sign it.
He didn't sign it because they have a dispute over the lines and
Yeah.
what's what, but that kind of weighs pretty heavily on my judgment because the fact that the neighboring dock owner is okay with it, I tend to want to support this.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe this is a legal question, but should we be voting on something like this when there's dispute over lot lines and who has what? Should we be deferring this until they figure that out?
Well, I don't think that they would figure it out if they didn't have the ability to build, right? So that's a chicken and egg situation. Yeah.
Does it still have to go to the county?
The county
When
is supposed to
talks about the
approve.
filing, so regardless of what we say, still has to go there.
County will issue the permit.
Okay. I can see.
So it can't go to the next.
Yeah, so actually, that's a good clarification for staff. So you actually sign on the county permit, right? You don't issue the permit?
Yeah, the box to the bottom left is where we stamp and then send it off to Pinellas.
So this is basically a request for you all to sign off for then the county to process the permit.
Correct.
Okay.
Overall, I'd be fine with, the total is 6. If they're allowed by right to do the lift, it is what it is. But they have to hash out their own civil issues as far as.
Yeah, and they got to get power out there and not,
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue.
yeah. I think I'm sensing we're winding down the questions. Does anyone have any more questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval of a dock variance to allow the installation of a boat lift,
Second.
subject to staff conditions of approval.
Black,
Yes.
Scout,
Yes.
Simpson,
Yes.
Yes.
Clemens, Reale,
Yes.
Badlow,
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yeah.
So we have what, 6 now? 1, 2. So for everyone in the room, we are losing a commissioner now. So going forward, we have 6 members for voting. So the way that the rules of procedure work in our city is that you have to have the 4 yes votes. And so when you lose a person voting, it doesn't mean that you're just going with majority. You still need 4 yes votes. So when we don't have 7, and sometimes we have as many as 10 people here, but it just varies from time to time. When we don't have 7, you do have the option to come forward and defer to a later month when we might have more than we're going to have 6 right now. Is anyone else leaving early, or we're going to have 6 the whole time? Okay, so we will have 6 the rest of the afternoon. Given that we have 4 items left, so that people don't have to sit here to make that decision, I'd just like to go through the 4 items and confirm that people are still wishing to move forward, or if they want to defer, we'll address that deferral now, and they can come back next month. So for the next item, it's number 5, case 25-11-00-0004, 3511 Second Avenue South. Do you want to move forward? Okay. The next one is number 6, so case 25-54-00-0020, so 6600 Bayou Grand Boulevard. You want to move forward? Okay. Case 24-51-00-0002, 736 7th Ave. You want to move forward? Okay. And then the last one is 25-32-00-0001, which is 2200 and 2230 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. South. Do you want to move forward? Okay, so everyone's going to move forward. So we'll go to the next item. Case number 25-11-00-0004, 3500 2nd Avenue South. Staff. Oh, staff has to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, do Brian, he's that.
Huh? Oh, all right. Hey, you too. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thanks. Anybody else?
Yeah, does anyone else in the room need to be sworn? Oh.
All right. Should have done that the first time.
Yeah, sorry.
If there's anyone in the room who will be speaking who has not been sworn, if you could please stand now to be sworn.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, staff.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Larimore, planner for Development Review Services, presenting case number 25-11-00-0004. Subject property is located at 3511 2nd Avenue South, an interior property with a rear alley located between 35th Street South and 36th Street South. The property is comprised of 2 fully platted lots in the Central Oak Park neighborhood. The subdivision was platted in 1915, and the property was last made vacant in 2016. The current property owner purchased the property in February of 2017. The property is located in the NT2 zoning district and is an oversized parcel with a width of 90 feet and approximately 11,250 square feet of area. The application today seeks approval of variances to minimum lot width and minimum lot area to allow for the separation of the underlying lots and allow for the construction of new single-family homes with detached garages and accessory dwelling units above. The minimum lot width and minimum lot area variances for each lot are needed to allow for the lots to be separated and remain separately buildable. Again, the subject property is 90 feet wide and is comprised of 2 platted lots under 1 parcel ID. The western lot 14 was platted at 40 feet of width, while the eastern lot 15 was platted at a 50-foot width. This lot line adjustment would allow for the creation of a new property line, giving lot 14 5 feet of lot 15, creating 2 buildable lots of equal width and area. If the variances are approved, the resulting lots would allow for a single-family home and an accessory dwelling unit on each lot. As part of staff review, the development pattern of the original platted lot dimensions were analyzed. Much of the original subdivision is designated under different zoning districts, given proximity to the corridors of 1st Avenue South, Central Avenue, and 34th Street. And that those parcels were eliminated in my review. I X'd those out in red here. The remaining NT2 zone lots are similar in dimension to the subject lots. The subject property is highlighted here in yellow, and then the non-conforming lots in the subdivision that are zoned NT2 are highlighted here in pink. The application was sent to private and public utility providers, none of which provided any comment or conditions to the request. No comment from the Central Oak Park Neighborhood Association nor the Citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations, or CONA, were received. One comment of support to the request was received by a nearby property owner within the 300-foot mailing notice radius, and no other comment from the general public was received since the publishing of the staff report. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found the requests generally meet the guiding criteria of the code. This analysis is expounded upon in the published staff report. Based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the Development Review Services Division staff recommends approval of the variance requests subject to the conditions outlined in the published staff report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here?
Hello, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom O'Brien. I am the managing partner of 525 Capital Management. We're based at 2401 First Ave North here in St. Pete, and the property in question is 3511 Second Ave North. And as it was stated, I believe this is a pretty simple case. It was a double lot.
Just confirm you've been sworn, right?
Yes, I have been sworn in. Thank you, Chairman. I'm hoping it's a fairly standard case, and a couple of things I just want to highlight. I know your time's valuable. I'll keep it pretty simple. If the lots had remained separately owned, 15 would be buildable because that is 50 wide. Lot 14, although deficient in NT2 minimum because it's 40, deficient in width and side standards, would likely have remained buildable. I think I could have gotten buildable lots even for the 40 there in the interest of the neighborhood, affordable housing. But it made sense to just build them. I own the lot. I wanted to do it 45 wide, have 2 single families with an ADU in the back, and that is the plan. And one thing else I wanted to point out is that in that neighborhood in particular, I think if you look at even some of the graphics, it's 90 wide, which, well, I could build on it for sure. I could. That it would, the lot line adjustment would create 2 deficient lots, because I would have 2 deficient lots that are 45 wide. The necessary width is 50, but although they are deficient, as the words right here, have more usable buildable envelopes if developed separately than their original configuration. And I have a construction company, Tiger Construction. I've built somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 20 single-family homes in St. Pete. We're based in St. Pete at the same 2401. And the only thing I ask in this report, and I ask of the commission, is that there are conditions here, and I was just curious what that went in terms of that the plans for the elevation submitted for the permitting should be substantially resemble the plans, and none of these are a problem because I plan on doing this, and that the variance approval should be valid, shall be valid through May 7th. So basically 3 years I would have to have substantial construction. And I just ask why those are there, because in the construction, there's nothing permitted, there's nothing there, and as I go through this, and I own other lots, these are not the only lots that I have in St. Pete, and you know, I'd be looking to finance this, I'd be looking to find a buyer. In some situations, they would purchase that lot. I'm a custom builder, and I'm just wondering how that works, really, if it is something that if 3 years from now I don't have it substantially, or what if I meet a buyer and they would say, you know what, I just don't want to do the ADU right now, if I would run into problems for those conditions, because I think that those lots split evenly would probably be the best thing for that neighborhood in perpetuity. And not to say no matter what I do, because that is going to happen, that is my plans under oath, but I just wonder why those conditions would be there, and I ask that those conditions actually be removed. And I'd be allowed to split those, and how that would play. And the last part, forgive me as I look this up. Yeah, and just in you look at the whole area, that there's 24 conforming with lots versus 45 conforming, and I think that in one area it actually says, I apologize, I'm looking, that it would be more usable. And I think that if you look at that plot and you look at the neighborhood, with a 90-foot wide lot right now, it's very difficult for me to rationalize building a single-family home on a 90-foot wide lot in that neighborhood. I think it would be much more advantageous to the neighborhood itself and for the affordable living crisis right now to build single-family homes on a single-family lot, and everything with it would be in the NT2. There's no easements in terms of NT2. Everything would be there. I'm not looking to go to the lines or anything. Everything would be via code where it should be in that neighborhood. That's it. Thank you. If you have any questions.
What was the condition that you?
It was the two of them that it has to, let me read them exactly so that I don't misconstrue it.
Resemble the plans?
Resemble the plans, and I was just asking with, what happens if they don't want to do an ADU, was really just my question, as I run into some buyers that they say, you know what, it's just a lot of money right now, the ADU can run in itself, easy 6 figures, 200 grand, and so what? And then the next part was substantial construction, and, as we all know, I deal with the city, and it's great, and I love St. Petersburg, and that's all we do is really build in St. Petersburg. And 3 years can go pretty quickly sometimes, and because I own many lots in particular, I plan on that, but what if I meet a buyer and they want to build in a different area in the city, and then if I run into needing to seek, and I just ask why, because I think that it fits the neighborhood best, and not that I'm correcting it, but having 50s and 40s everywhere for width-wise in that neighborhood, I think 45 across the board is actually more advantageous across the board, without any harm to anybody there and actually helping that neighborhood. Yeah.
So you didn't submit plans and elevations in this application? So
I have preliminary plans that are listed in here. Yeah, they're deep in there, and I have a single family and an ADU. The single family, and this is, I got it surveyed. I had an architect put these together for this meeting, and that was kind of what they showed with lot 14 and 15 on the graphic at one point. They were side by side, and that has a single family with 1,778 square feet and an accessory living over a garage in the back. I think it's 626. I'm looking at it for a total of 2,474, I believe. And those are preliminary plans. But that is many of the properties that I've built in St. Petersburg have a single-family dwelling with an accessory dwelling unit over a garage in the back unit on lots of basically this size.
So you don't have elevations, is what I was getting at.
Okay,
That's
I'm
not
sorry.
applicable, right? But I think it substantially is the key word, right? It should not be something completely different.
Sure. Yes. No, for sure. And that's, I think no matter what, it would have to fall within NT2, and that's my plan. As I'm not seeking anything besides what belongs in that neighborhood in any way. It's really just putting it 45 width by 45 width instead of the 50 and the 40, just because I have one at 50, one at 40, when I plan on building a single family on each one. And I figured it made more sense just to put them equally.
Can you address that? In my opinion would be that, one thing we want to make sure they're not identical, the two elements.
Yes.
Are not identical. And then, again, the word being substantial, staff, I believe, would work with you, and if you didn't put in an ADU in one of them, I don't think that would kick him out of this situation.
Correct. So if the variances today were approved and the lots were split, they would be made buildable with the variances. And then because both lots are 4,500 square feet or greater, an ADU would be able to be built. It wouldn't necessarily have to be built with the house. There's no requirement for that. Just the house has to be built before the ADU can be established. But there would be nothing precluding him if he didn't move to build the ADU. He'd still be able to build that in the future.
And what if he didn't get it done in 3 years?
Yeah.
So typically, we just look for a building permit with building plans, a complete application be submitted before the variance expiration date. That's what we typically look for.
And you can request 2-tier extension, so it's really 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's in code, so we can't waive that request.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. So, is this a code requirement? And if it's a code requirement, then it can't be waived. But, I think that this is something...
Makes sense. I just said, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So, no, I don't want to stand on ceremony too much, but because it's a fair question. And I've thought the same question before, not so much for number 2, because I think the city has an interest in not letting plans go stale. And then, sometime in the future, you have an approval that doesn't work anymore, but it exists. But as far as, to his point, if he meets the NT2 standards and comes back in later, I don't know that we need to have that discussion now, but what drives that condition? Is it just that the application requires elevations? Is it possible to condition the approval on just meeting all the NT2 standards. And I'm not saying for this application, I'm actually talking bigger.
Well, some of these cases can be contentious.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, when we look at these, the neighbors want to see what is proposed, especially when there's a variance attached to it.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a simple lot split, that meets code, or a lot line adjustment. So they want to see, like, are you building a two-story house next to a one-story? Are they both two-story? Do they look the same? What's the difference? Is it compatible? So they have some, vested interest.
Yeah, okay.
That may not be the case here. If there's no one from the public, there was anyone calling, maybe that's something that the commission could just say it has to comply with the NT standard.
So, I mean, to me, this still raises, or I still have two questions related to this. Typically, variances run with the property. We talked about that. So there's a special exception in the code that these types of variances are treated differently and that they can have a time limit. I thought that was under state regulation that variances.
Well, just to
But
start.
you have to comply with the conditions. So once you approve it, there's conditions that tie to it. So if the conditions are not satisfied, it will expire.
So once they build it, for example,
Got
it doesn't expire,
The variance
right?
then runs with the property.
Right.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And then the other is a little bit more, I guess, philosophical or theoretical. So when rezonings are done, we don't see site plans. We don't, it should be on the merits of the rezoning in terms of how that property relates to the properties around it and it fits. So in some ways, these kind of projects are sort of half of a rezoning and half of a site plan approval. And so we've kind of come down on more of the site plan of DRC approval. But could these kinds of proposals be done through CCPC, that there would be more of a zoning approval, and then we wouldn't be having these discussions about timelines and elevations? But
Well,
I
they
guess,
also have timelines too, so I mean.
but I guess we've decided that these kind of cases, because sometimes they're contentious, then we want to see a site
It's a
plan.
variance, so that's a requirement for a variance application, so it could be a setback variance, it could be a lot with variance. So
Yeah.
it doesn't distinguish
Got it.
between the
Okay,
various.
I can see the difference. It's not, because we're not really rezoning the properties, the property zoning is already staying.
If you saw like a lot line adjustment without a variance, we wouldn't require
Yeah.
these plans.
Okay.
Could I ask something? No?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he used up his time, did he?
Well, I did say I was done, if that's I did, and then I started, but
You can go.
I can say it for cross. I just ask, in my own, so as I go through this as a owner and as a builder with a construction company here to say, Pete, how does that, and maybe this is a question.
Yes, I do think we're getting off topic.
Okay, I just wanted to ask how that.
Staff afterwards, yeah.
Well, I don't understand how that works if I am working as a construction person and working with people that are going to buy this lot. Is this something that I need to say to you as a buyer? I'm not, I'm looking at these because that's what I do is build single-family custom homes. Is this an ever-hanging thing? Because sometimes those contracts get structured where I can sell the lot and then there's a contract to build. They own the lot first. They've taken that. I'm the builder. Am I selling them a lot that's conditional? That could be a hardship that I'm facing, and I understand those hardships because I love St. Pete and the way that you and everybody protects it. But in this case, I feel like that would be even more of a hardship than the ones. And I'm hoping that we all see the value, and I appreciate the city in saying that, yes, it works, but the conditions would be a hardship here and going to buyers that would say, well, wait, like time value, cash crunch, that I just don't know how that works here.
I
Okay.
think that's something you need to work out with staff, but generally speaking, if you had to come back, if staff needed you to come back, you can come back before us with different elevations, but it's an application requirement, and we've clarified that with them, and so I don't, unless anyone feels differently, I don't know that we're going to request to remove those.
In a way, you're getting a special permission, and these are the conditions that come with that kind of special.
I appreciate it. Yep.
Otherwise, you can stay with what you have.
I appreciate it. No, I'm just asking. Totally. That's the plan. So it's great. It is. That's the plan. So it works, and I don't see a problem. I just wanted to know why, and that's why. So I appreciate it.
Do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. Do you have any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Any additional cross? I guess.
Can I ask one time, just to understand, is that something that the ability to go without those conditions at all, or so my understanding, was that in the code directly that that's necessary, that
We confirm with staff.
there's no wiggle room at all to move that? Can I ask if I had kept them at 50 and 40, if I would have been able to do that without seeking this, as in if I had just wanted those
You still need a variance.
to separate the lots at 50 and 40? So no matter what, if I turn that 90 wide lot into 2 buildable lots, I have 36 months that starts ticking to find a buyer, get a permit.
You can get extensions up to 7 years. I mean,
Okay.
that's
Two-year
time.
extension, so the total approval from starting tomorrow is 7.
2 years from 7 years. Okay, okay.
If it doesn't start, you guys get it reapproved.
Okay.
There's also some state
years you can come back.
legislation for,
Can I ask what would happen if I did not do that? Just so would it be pushed back to the same 90 wide lot?
Yeah, if you don't move forward today, you can always build under a 90-foot.
Yes, no, right. It would just get pushed back to that. I'd have no over that time. Okay.
So essentially, if you were to separate the lot into anything, basically 50 is the minimum to build. So if you were to try to split it 50 and 40, the 50 would be buildable, but then nothing could be put on the 40. It would just
Without this same
You have to
process.
come back.
right without this approval of 245s. Essentially, you could do 80 and 10, and then you could build on the 80, and then the 10 would be unbuildable. So it's essentially the same thing. Anything split less than 50 in this zoning district is considered unbuildable.
If I ask one more, if it's in the best interest in the neighborhood, which I think this is there any way to do away with that? It just seems like it would be best for the. Okay. If I push it, that's. No worries. Cool.
I'm reading the room. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
it's
Thank you, Chairman.
take it and run.
You got it.
Do you have any additional questions?
No, sir.
All right. Staff, do you have any closing?
No, sir.
Do you have any closing?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Any staff or commission discussion? All right. I'll understand a motion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll move approval of a lot line adjustment with variances to minimum lot width and areas subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Blatt,
Yes.
Stowe,
Yes.
Lemons,
Yes.
Reale,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you so much.
Guys, just please follow up with staff. We just can't go any further than that. Yeah. All right. So the next item is I lost track. Number 6, 2554000020, 6600 Bayou Grand Boulevard. Staff.
Good afternoon, Brian Burdell with Development Review Services, presenting case number 25-54000020. Subject property is 6600 Bayou Grande Boulevard Northeast, located in the Shore Acres area. This property is zoned neighborhood suburban single family 1, and it is a platted lot, and it's slightly narrower at the front at 60 feet wide than it is at the back at 65 feet wide. So it's about 62 and a half feet wide at the midpoint, which makes it a substandard lot in NS1, which requires a 75-foot minimum. And it is about 8,800 square feet in area, which exceeds the NS1 minimum. There's currently an existing one-story single-family house on the property built in 1966, and it is located at the front right corner, 6.41 feet from that side property line. And within NS1, the minimum required side yard setback is 7.5 feet, which makes it an existing non-conforming structure, but it is conforming to the front, right side, and the rear setbacks. So the property experienced flood damage from Hurricane Helene last year. It is located within the FEMA 100-year flood zone, and it was substantially damaged. So in accordance with floodplain regulations, they do have to elevate the living area to the design flood elevation. So the applicants are proposing to utilize the existing walls and foundation of the existing house to, and then build living area above the existing walls and foundation. So the first floor existing living space would be converted to parking and storage, and then 2 levels of living space would be added on top of that. So largely the proposal is to build on top of the existing footprint but they are proposing expansions both vertically and horizontally. So shown in the site plan, you can see in orange 2 proposed expansions in the back of the property. And then in the elevation drawing, you can see that second level of living space, or the 3rd story, is also proposed. And that's on the left side, so both a portion of that 3rd story and in the back addition would be within that 7.5-foot setback. So the existing encroachment of the existing house is roughly 57 square feet within that 7.5-foot setback, and the proposed encroachment would be about 159 square feet when you add the addition in the back and then the additional 2 levels, since they are building on top of the first level. So the variance request is request for a variance to that 7.5-foot side yard setback to keep the proposed, or the existing 6.41-foot setback on that left side. So staff analyzed the subdivision and found that the majority, 83% of the lots, are substandard in width, similar to this property. And that subdivision was platted in 1925. We also looked at the development in the area and found that it's a mix of older, original development of the neighborhood, pre-1980, as well as a good amount of newer construction, post-2000, or under construction currently. There's also a pretty even mix of 1-story and 2 or more story development. And then you compare that with the year built, and you see that the original development of the neighborhood was largely 1-story, and the more recent development is 2 or more stories.
Before you leave that slide, the under construction, that's 3 different structures?
Yes. Yep. Here's a couple similar developments down the street from the subject property. On the photo above is a new home being developed. Similarly, they have the first floor as garage and storage, and then the second level is living space. And then the bottom photo is they actually did what the applicants are proposing. They kept the existing walls and built living space above that to keep the existing foundation. So we analyzed one of the review criteria for variances is whether this is the minimum variance for reasonable use. Staff finds that it is not the minimum variance due to the proposed expansions of living space within the 7.5-foot setback. And as I said, the existing is about 57 square feet. Proposed would be about 159 square feet.
Oh, now, yeah, before you move on from that one, but the expansion is the 38 square feet of those 3 numbers?
So the
60 foot and then 30. Yeah.
So the existing encroachment is, because it's just 1 story, is the 57 square feet. But with the addition in the back, and then the 2 additional, or 2 living area stories above.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to.
Okay, so on that elevation that we're looking at now, the left side elevation, on the second level, the far left window is the double window. That's in the bathroom, the proposed primary bathroom. And the primary bedroom is to the left of that. Right about where that window is, or just a little bit beyond the window, is where the existing house stops.
Correct.
What would be useful is to sort of imagine a dotted line, and everything to the left of that is a horizontal extension closer to the rear of the lot that still has this setback encroachment.
Correct.
So it's not just that you're objecting to, you're also objecting to the second and third floor, even in the portion that's over and on top of the existing walls, or only the portion that's the last 12 or 14 feet?
Only the additional in the
Rear.
in the back, yeah, and the third story.
And the third story.
Right.
Why are you objecting to the third story? Isn't that within the height limit?
It's within the height limit, but it's additional encroachment into the setback. So if they had 57 square feet existing and they built on top of the existing footprint only, it would be another 57 feet of encroachment, which could be supported, but it's the additional 3.5 square feet on the second level and then the 38 square feet on the third level.
Okay, understand now.
The applicants did submit 15 letters or emails or neighborhood worksheet signatures from adjacent or property owners within the area, 8 of which are on the block or the block face, and that includes the most affected neighbor to the south. Based on the review of the application and the evaluation criteria for variances, staff is recommending denial of the variance. Should the request be approved, it'll be subject to the special conditions of approval. Let me know if you have any questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the 2 additions, okay, the expansions? So the city is only taking issue with the one to the left, right? The one to the right is permissible. There's no variance associated with that one.
No, a variance is required even if they were just elevating above the existing foundation.
In terms of setback, right? There's no encroachment to setback, no issue with the expansion.
On the north side.
Oh, yes. Yes, correct.
Right. Okay. It's just the one on the left there.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm looking at, but okay.
And the third story.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I guess I do have a question. Are there any other homes in this area that are 3 stories, technically 3 stories? I mean, is this within the character of the neighborhood?
Yes, so
2 different questions.
so all of those in the shaded purple are 2 or more stories of living area. So they're proposing 2 stories of living area, technically 3 stories with the garage. So all of the shaded purple properties would be either 2 or more stories of living space.
Of living space?
Yes. So 3 stories total.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but is the first story being proposed as living space?
No, the first story.
So it's base flood elevation and then 2 stories?
Right.
Okay, so it's not really a 3-story.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
3-story building, but 2-story.
Yeah, it's a 2-story building built at base flood elevation.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Applicant?
I have a PowerPoint. Good afternoon. I'm Ann Pollock with Trenham Law, 200 Central Avenue, and I'm representing the owners, the DeYoungs. So Brian did a great presentation, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically this home was built in the 60s on a 60-foot wide lot. The home was flooded and has to be elevated, and they're proposing to elevate it on top of the existing structure there, rather than tearing it down, moving it over, and building it up on pilings or some other sort of material. Really, this is to minimize the construction time, the materials, and the cost of renovating. That's why the variance is needed. It has several unique characteristics. The lot width, as I stated, is only about 60 feet, it's average of 62 feet, which is narrower than what the NS1 lot district would require. And then you add in the 15 feet of required setbacks for the NS1, and you really are reducing even more what you can build down to basically 45 feet. The existing flooded home is within that 45 feet, but it is also built into the current left side setback. Because of the existing pool, it really prevents a one-story solution from providing the appropriate living space outside of the setback. And I realize in some ways I'm saying one story when I really mean one story above flood elevation. It gets a little confusing when you're having 3 stories, but you only have 2 stories of living space. So I apologize if I get confused there. And then with the rear extension, that's really due to the limitations on the size of the property, where the pool is actually located currently, and structural constraints and roofline requirements and the waterproofing issues that would arise from moving that in. So very importantly, I think, is the issue of structural reuse. We are trying to preserve the 45-foot width, which is common in the area, reuse the foundation and the layout, and minimize waste and demolition. It really reduces the environmental impact. It limits the new materials that have to be purchased at a time when obviously construction materials are getting harder to come by and costs are increasingly escalating. And it really reflects a thoughtful approach to the redevelopment, meeting FEMA compliance and modern living needs without overbuilding or disrupting the neighborhood for an extended period of time. And that really is an important factor because construction time is a big issue for the neighbors, and getting homeowners back in their homes after these neighborhoods were completely devastated by Helene. Anything we can do to make that faster is important here. The home is being designed to be more modern. Yes, most of the lots that were designed and built in the 60s are 1 story. All the more modern homes are building at least 2 stories above flood, and that's what they're looking to do. Have bedrooms for the parents and 2 children. They both work from home, so they would like office space, and they have a guest room for their grandparents who help with childcare. The flood damage and the elevation requirement provides this opportunity for them to do this. Where they might, not otherwise do that, they have to build anyway. And the 1-story home can't meet these needs within that 45-foot width. So it does necessitate the 2nd story, 3rd story being built to fit this in. And it requires this slight extension to the rear to allow the bedroom that wouldn't ordinarily fit. This is not speculative or excessive redevelopment. It's designed to meet practical family needs while maintaining everything else on the code and keeping the setback where it was. The rear extension, I just wanted to address this briefly, but that strict compliance with the side yard setback would complicate significantly the construction of here. There are structural complications when you move that room back. It would break the alignment of the main bearing wall. It would introduce structural complexity in the support systems and potentially undermining the stability. It would create a roof line that would intersect with the existing fascia in a manner that would complicate waterproofing and flashing. And we determined that you would really have to move that room quite a bit of ways north in order to resolve those issues. And then you're hitting into where the pool area is, and you're kind of crushing down the size of that room and wouldn't make it as usable. It also would have an impact on the existing structure because it's providing support for the offset bearing wall. It would require modifications to the existing structure at the rear left corner, which would involve cutting into the current structure to install new support framing, further disrupting the integrity of the existing building. Truly minimal impact to the surrounding owners. The neighbor to the south is set back more than 8 feet, so we are still preserving the open space between the structures, and we don't feel there should be any negative impact with light or air or privacy. We've gone throughout the neighborhood, and everyone we've talked to has been supportive. A lot of people weren't home and couldn't be accessed because they're not living there now, so we probably could have had more support than we did. But certainly the adjacent neighbor to the south has provided support, and all the other adjacent owners. very compatible with the character of the neighborhood. I think Brian's slide made it pretty clear, excuse me, how adding this second or third story is consistent with ongoing redevelopment trends. Many homes are 3 stories. 4 homes on the street are being elevated, and setback encroachments are common on these narrow lots. Excuse me. We are maintaining the original footprint. We're meeting the 45-foot width in common with the neighborhood. We're not expanding into the other side setback on the other side. We're preserving yard grading, avoiding fill that could impact drainage to the other neighbors, limiting construction impacts by doing this in a manner that would be more expedient and less materials so that the neighborhood in general isn't impacted as much. And really, it reflects a modern flood-resilient architecture and meets the intent of code. We did consider multiple alternatives. Shifting the southern wall was looked at, but really could not be done with heavy machinery, would have had to be a slow hand demolition, which would probably double construction costs and the timeline. We looked at full demolition and rebuild, but of course you have major construction waste, environmental impact from all of that demo, and the materials that you would have to buy to redo that first story for elevation, requiring full permitting and approvals for that demo, and extending the time frame. In setting only that third story, because Brian had mentioned that maybe they would be okay more with the second story, but that third story up there was really the problem. And while that was technically possible, it was structurally problematic, aesthetically problematic. It would require offset supports and structural changes to the load-bearing walls, introducing waterproofing vulnerabilities, and would be, of course, visually awkward and disrupt the design as well. And then, as I mentioned, we looked at insetting the rear expansion, but we had issues with that as well. We do have considerable neighborhood support. Many of these neighbors they spoke to but did not get a letter, but they were not in opposition, and many of them aren't home, so we can't even reach them. But definitely support from the adjacent neighbors, including the one to the south. We went around, the owners went around and looked and found several homes in the general neighborhood that were built into the setbacks that are taller, similar to what we're doing. Newly elevated homes on the subject block, which Brian pointed out. The left one is being built over the existing house. Clearly the trend is to build up and to do what the neighbors are, what we're proposing. And then, of course, there are a lot of 3-story homes. I think Brian's map showed you how many of them there are on this actual block, but really putting what they're proposing into the neighborhood would not be inconsistent with the character of the area. And then just some 3-story homes in the wider neighborhood throughout this area. So with 27 seconds left, in summary, we have unique characteristics, including the narrow width, the existing position of the home, and the existing pool as it lays. The variance is the minimum necessary to make reasonable use of the property, having considered several different options that would not work. Literal enforcement of the code would result in unnecessary hardship, and granting the variance is in harmony with the code and not detrimental to the public and supported by all adjacent neighbors. So, thank you. And their contractor is here with me today to kind of go over details on the more technical things if you have questions.
Questions for applicant? Mr. Clemens.
Can you put up the slide that shows the yellow, green, and blue outlines? That you passed it. So the yellow is the existing, is the outline of the existing house. The green is the outline of the house with the 2 additions, and the blue is the pool and deck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, there's no way I'm gonna be able to tell the difference. I'm colorblind.
Well, essentially, it just like we could show the one that Brian had. That might be more clear.
Yeah, along with the two additions.
It shows the yeah.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, it's still in colors, but
I know, I can see it.
Okay.
And so then if, I think we can leave it there. So okay, so this tells me, I absolutely agree with you that setting back the third floor 1 foot further to the right for the southeast is not practical from a construction point of view, from a waterproofing point of view, and it would look like poop. I am not as convinced that, and I see now the plan that helps actually when I look at the overlay, because I was, as I'd said earlier, it looked to me like the shift between the extent of the existing house and then the extension with the proposed addition is that that line was right where the dividing line between the primary bathroom and the bedroom is. I see now that the break between the purple and the yellow is about 2 feet into the primary bedroom. Can you see where I'm talking? Because the property is skewed, even though you're at 6.41 feet at the bottom left-hand corner, you're actually at 6.72 feet at the upper corner.
That's
so you're
correct.
really only like 10 inches.
Correct.
At that location, not 13 inches or whatever.
I think it's even. It may be even less, like 6 inches, maybe.
6 inches.
Yeah. So.
And looking at the massing of the building, it would be possible to shave 1 foot off that master bedroom, off that primary bedroom. And you could even go to your elevations. And so maybe I'm being, like I said, petty here, but I don't see it as the same standard of a hardship to just narrow the master bedroom. Actually, because that's such a long wall, architecturally, I could argue that might be kind of nice to have a break in that wall. And it gets rid of one of the two encroachments that the city has objected to, city staff has objected to. I do agree that the third floor just creates so much complication that I think that it would just not work. But I think that one, and if you go to look at the rear elevation, the proposed rear elevation, by the way, the design is really nicely done. The plans are nice. The elevations are really, it's an attractive house. And and just to sort of minimize the amount of encroachment into the neighbor's property, and maybe that's okay because the neighbors signed off on it, but if I could, Kayla, can you go to the slide that shows the exterior elevations and shows the rear? That's the front. Maybe that wasn't the staff in this presentation, but it was in the staff report.
Yeah, the rear elevation's not in there.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, the point is do you disagree that it would be not that difficult to, yeah. So the primary bedroom is on the lower right hand. It's got the gable roof with the shed roof and the triple window. And if that right wall of that bedroom just came in 1 foot, then basically you would get rid of one of the two places where the city's objecting into the encroachments. Is there a structural reason that's not really a practical? Maybe, I can understand that you like the extra foot in the primary bedroom, probably, but I guess I'm just asking, is that a major, are there structural problems with just moving that one wall in?
Well, I can answer that question. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Jim Sanders. I'm a Arthur Ruttenberg Homes franchisee in Charlotte County. My daughter is Jenna. John is my son-in-law. So I'm helping them out with this process. So I'm sorry? Yes, I was sworn. So you are actually correct. We have looked at doing that. However, part of the problem is that just moving into the minimum setback it complicates the roof line. I can show you on a rear elevation, I think I have here. The fascia line would be the problem. The rake of the fascias would intersect with each other on that back elevation. I've got one here I can show you, because we did draw that, okay? But it would create a flashing detail. Yeah, okay. I've got a, yeah, I actually highlighted one in color. Might be not be able to see by it, but in order to get enough differentiation, we had to pull that in even.
Green is the roof behind, the yellow is the roof in front.
Correct.
I mean, that's exactly what I could.
Yeah, so, but we had to pull it in further than the set, so that new yellow fascia line is further.
You need to be at least 2 foot so that the roofs would slide past each other.
Correct, exactly. So we could do that. However, it starts to really pinch that bedroom, and we can't go to the pool because we're constructed that way. So, I understand the objection, but we were trying to keep a building line that was in line and not have to change and certainly, it could be a more attractive thing, but it's also more complicated. It's complicating the structure. And then below, we would have to offset. If you went into the foundation, we would have to put new bearing inside of the existing walls of the house, the existing lower level, to carry that load. So we'd have to cut into the house, put new foundation inside of the house to carry that new bearing point of that interior wall of the house, of that new bearing line, I guess you'd say. Yeah, okay.
I have a question. Do you not believe that the existing foundations will require reinforcing based on the fact that it's carrying twice the amount of house?
Absolutely. We know that we're going to have to reinforce the foundation, probably structurally add some concrete, pilasters and whatnot. I had an engineer up here this week looking at that, so we're working on that. We don't have all the answers to that yet, but yeah, we're going to definitely have to do that. But I've done this before, in Charlotte County, we got hit with 2 Cat 5 hurricanes, and so I've done this kind of thing down there before. So yes, I'm familiar with what we'll have to do to the structure, to the existing structure.
It doesn't seem to be too far off to adjust the foundations of that location, since they're being adjusted already to support the additional load.
You could say that, right? You could, but we're going to have to go inside of the existing structure, cut the wall, prepare some new foundation to support that load, rather than keeping that line just straight back, was our thought process.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Wouldn't it be cheaper just to cut the slab and build a new load-bearing wall on that south end of the property, which would be the left side as you face the front? By the time you put in pilasters on an existing non-load-bearing wall that's not designed to carry 2 additional living floors above, I'm a contractor myself.
I understand.
I'd say go and cut the slab, pour a new footer that's appropriate, build a wall that's load-bearing, and be done with it. So I don't quite get, there's a setback for a reason. You're putting a lot of load on that.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time you start cutting open that wall and doing all this, get it gone. Just because you're looking at a substantially larger livable space at this point. You're 3 stories tall. You're looking at substantially more livable space, plus you have all the storage down below. It's relatively minimal cost to go and cut that slab, do a new footer that's load-bearing for 3 floors, and build it with the pilasters with a 16 by 16 block for a pilaster. And you meet setback and you've built your load-bearing wall that way. Would you agree that's an option?
Well, it's an option, but
And then at that point, you don't have this jog in your fascia at the rear left.
Are you suggesting just from that bedroom back do that rather than the
You could
entire?
do the entire south wall.
Yeah, I know we could, you're right.
When we're looking at a single-story building, you add a second floor, that's one thing. Now you're going a third floor. You're talking major changes to that wall to make it load-bearing. There was a comment earlier about getting heavy equipment in there. Well, you're not going to hand do that work anyway. They're going to have a Bobcat in there. It's not hand work. To get that footer done, it's easier just to scrape it and be done with it. Get rid of that south wall. Now you meet setback. I mean, it's a little concerning that the 1 foot offset at the rear is creating a huge ordeal on the thing. And I could see there could be some issues here, but you're getting substantially more square footage without meeting setback. Have you done a cost for both options?
Not totally, but I will tell you this, we got the survey done early on, and I came here and I met with Brian. And I asked the question about, I knew that there was a variant setback issue there, and I asked the question, to him, was this possible? And he told me that this case would probably be streamlined. So we proceeded that direction. So could we do what you're saying? Yes, but we started in a direction based on our early conversation here at the city that this would be something that would be very doable. So that's where we started. We started with that direction. But I still think that there's some cost savings by not having to, destroy that south wall, in my opinion.
But when you look at the overall expense of doing a massively different home, it's minimal amount. It's minimal. You're talking extremely expensive build as presented here, and all you have to do is essentially narrow off the south side of the building by 1 foot, and you'd have a good load-bearing wall all the way up. And you'd meet code. We wouldn't be dealing with any of this. We're like, yep, no problem. A lot of the neighbors around there, what they're doing is they're taking their at-grade, ranch-style home, they're lifting it, and we're letting them, that's getting streamlined because they're taking that existing structure, just lifting it in the air. They're not increasing setbacks. So just point out that the cost here is negligible for meeting that south setback based upon everything that you're looking at in presentation. And I have no further. We'll keep this moving on.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, are there any blue cards? Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waives.
Ma'am, do you have any cross-examination?
No.
Staff, do you have any closing statements?
Staff waives.
Okay. Any closing statement?
Just going to say one thing, and then Jenna DeYoung is going to speak, but just that, we're trying to minimize the impact. We recognize that there are, potential structural things that will have to be done for this, but ultimately we're trying to keep the frame as is and minimize the costs, minimize the materials, and altogether, come up with something that gets us back as quick as possible. I'm going to let Jenna just say a few words about what she's been doing. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jenna. Virginia DeYoung is my legal name. My address is 6600 Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast, here with my husband, John. I have been sworn in, sorry. We've lived in Tanglewood since 2016, have 2 young daughters. Their ages 6 and 4. This is where we've built our life, where we want to stay and raise our family. In September 2024, our home flooded with over 30 inches of water. We lost everything. While many chose to leave, we decided to stay and rebuild because we love this community and we believe in its future. With the help of my father, a general contractor for 40 years, we've created a plan that elevates our home to meet FEMA standards while preserving the character of the neighborhood. To make the plan work, we're requesting a left side setback variance. We're not trying to overbuild. We've designed a modest home with a small bump out in the back, just enough to make it livable long-term for our family. We've done everything we can to follow the rules, meet code, and respect the surrounding homes. I focused on reaching out to all of my neighbors closest to our property and on our street, mainly by phone since we're all displaced. Everyone I spoke to was supportive. Several even offered to call others on my behalf. Many were relieved to hear we're not tearing down, not raising fill, and not selling to investors. They, like us, want to see the neighborhood rebuilt by families who care. We're simply trying to get home. We respectfully ask for your support in approving this variance so we can move forward, continue investing in the place we love. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go into executive session.
I'll start. So, I raised a question about the big encroachment for the new bedroom at the west end of the property. And Commissioner Flint raised a question about construction methods. And I think they're fair questions, but I also think they had fair responses. We're trying to figure out how to rebuild after these storms. There's going to be a lot of different opinions and a lot of different ways to do it. And I think it's going to be good to see some experimentation on different approaches and different methods. And I think they've made a strong argument in this case as to that, in their opinion, preserving the existing walls and building on top of them, yes, it's going to require adjustments to the foundation. Yes, there's going to have to be additional reinforcement to those walls. But especially in this case, that the overall encroachment is very narrow. It's a little bit over a foot at the south end. It's less than a foot, or at the east end. It's less than a foot at the west end. And they've got strong support of the neighbors. And I do think the argument that this has the potential for expediting construction. Again, I'm not sure that that'll be the case, but I think it's, like I said, I think having different approaches and trying different approaches and how to solve these problems is good to see. So I'm going to support it.
I don't have a problem with the third story, the second story and the third story. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is, we have a non-conforming use now. It was built in a setback. I have a problem with that left side expansion, increasing the non-conformity. If we were in the same footprint and we had the expansion on just the right-hand side, I'd have no problem with this. But I don't like the idea that we're going to be increasing the nonconformity with that expansion. And Commissioner Flint, you said it, this is an enormous undertaking where they're adding a lot of square footage. And now you want to get just a little bit more to increase your nonconformity? I have a problem with that.
I think they have some options where they could put the third story to the right side, which would be the north side of the home, where they meet the setbacks, they exceed the setbacks. What we've always ended up with out here on cases, and again, that we deal with quite a few cases out there, and we always get neighbors that show up and say, we've got this 3-story monstrosity coming in on these suburban ranch-style homes. And what is always mitigated is always having meeting setbacks. Personally, I could live with the existing first floor being where it's at on the south side. I would even be fine with it going up a second floor, because that's what we would generally allow in these flood situations, to lift the ranch style home. What I really have the problem is, yes, that back extension that stays in the setback and the third floor that's not meeting the setback. I just think if they had started with the thought process of, let's move some of this to the north side, because as I mentioned before, this is substantially more livable space than what they've started with, and then they're going to gain a lot of storage. What we're tasked with is everybody out there starts pointing at these things and saying, I want exactly what they got. Well, we need to have a reasonable method for making sure we're fair with everybody on Shore Acres that's in the same situation. And it was in the new zoning change that Corey had mentioned earlier, hasn't passed yet. All right, if you are just lifting that home straight up and putting garage below, not a problem. We want to help people redevelop. But this case, I think there's there's room to change the plan and not have a 3-story vertical wall that doesn't meet setback.
I agree. I mean, I think that there are creative options to explore in terms of, relocating that addition that falls within the setback, the required setbacks. That portion, if the square footage is desired, right, could occur in an area that is within the buildable area.
So I'm curious, I don't know if, Chair, if this is a question for you. I am agreeing with my colleagues that I have a problem with the further encroachment on that southwest side, west. But I'm okay with the 3 stories, I'm okay with the expansion on the other side. I mean, is there a way that we can sort of approve?
So I have a similar question. So if you'll humor me, I'll kind of cut you in line and ask a couple
Yeah,
questions.
please.
Yeah. Can you, Kayla, please pull, I know you can't see it, but can you pull back up the green, yellow, and blue?
And my favorite part is if we could use the
From staff presentation? Oh, no.
the laser printer, and I can't see that either.
Oh, really, you can't see the dot?
No, and when he was doing those pilings,
It doesn't show up as gray or even nothing?
Oh, yeah, zooming in, that's really helpful. So, is the yellow, and I don't know if it's a question.
The purple yellow one is actually much better.
No, but this shows green in a different location than the yellow.
I think they're offset enough just so that you can see there's.
Can you explain?
Actually, I'm being told this isn't the.
That's what we showed Brian when we first came to town. That we were thinking of doing.
Oh, that's not.
That's not even what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
So the purple yellow one is the one that actually is the most.
Okay, well, all right, because I was just confused on that, so never mind. Then that, if that's not what we're using, then no. Okay, that makes sense. So,
The addition on the north side isn't on before us because that's code compliant. So we're not reviewing that. What we're reviewing is the encroachment just on the south side, and there's 2 components to that. And what the city staff has identified as an objection is the encroachment where it goes further west to create that primary bedroom, the owner suite, as it's called out on the plan, and then the 3rd floor portion that's along the south wall. The city staff has not objected to the 2nd floor for, I think, logical reasons. Right.
So, and with that in mind, though, my second question, this one is for staff. The request says approval of a variance to the side yard setback to allow redevelopment of a single-family home in the existing footprint. But that doesn't seem like what we've been discussing. Is that not the variance we're requesting?
Well, it's both for the existing and the addition.
I think there's a big difference. Yeah.
We should separate that, and I think perhaps also the 3rd story.
I like the way this house looks. I am not the contractor or the architect, right? I am the one that has to, we all have different expertise on this commission. And so I find myself wanting to find a way to support this, but we denied something earlier today unanimously that said, oh, we can't go into where the pool is. And, that was one of the arguments here. And so the 3rd floor doesn't bother me. The idea of going up, the idea of moving fast, all of that, I agree with, but it's not an approval of a variance to the side yard setback on the existing footprint. And so that's the part that I'm hung up on. So maybe, we have not tried to, you were asking a question about the roof line, so I won't call you out for redesigning, right? We can't redesign this. This is way too complicated. Yep. And so maybe the best, but there's stuff here I want to support. So maybe the best move is to break this up into 3 votes.
And I'd like to remind and point out here to everybody the hundreds of homes that flooded out there. So what we agree to do here is going to be referenced on everything. Because again, the initial thought process is how do we help people redevelop, lift that single-story ranch home. Now it's a 2-story building. Now we're talking keeping the building and going vertical. So what impact is it going to have across potentially hundreds of properties out, Shore Acres and others? So I think just keeping that in mind, that everybody's going to be looking at this and saying, well, we're going to do the same thing so we can stay within that.
So when you say 3 parts, I interpret that to be the second floor addition that's directly on top of the on the south. All of this is related to the encroachment on the south side. So the 3 components are the second-story addition that's directly on top of the existing 1-story wall, south wall. The third floor component that is on top of the second floor.
Yeah, with the same boundary, yeah.
Well, and it's a little bit smaller, but it's still right there on that
Well, the
same
way it's
plane.
drawn is a little
It's in the
smaller,
same-
but I don't know, we have to
And
explain
then-
it that way.
And then on the second floor, first and second floor, there's a further extension to the west of about 12 or 14 feet. That's, that's also then now getting, would be enjoying an encroachment into the setback. So those are the 3 components that we're talking about. And you say, if we were to break it into 3 parts.
We have to,
Just make sure we're all on the same page.
that's how I was thinking.
Sounds good to me.
So I think we can make motions on those 3, and I'd be happy to give it a shot.
I think, Commissioner Clemens, because I actually think this is written wrong.
Yep.
But it works for us for at least the first 2. So I think when redevelopment of the single-family home for the second story in the existing footprint,
Yep.
then the third story in the existing footprint, then somehow you got to come up with the
Yep.
language on the third one.
Yep. And Corey, just to make sure I'm clear, we do need that variance for even the second floor, right, yeah.
Well, let's be clear on what the second floors are too. First habitable floor, second habitable floor.
Yeah, right, in our nomenclature. So an approval of a variance to the side yard setback to allow redevelopment of a single-family home, to allow redevelopment of a single-family home that allows the lower habitable level, the second floor, which is the lower habitable level, to be built on top of the existing footprint of the house,
Second?
subject to conditions of approval. Staff condition.
Blatt,
Yes.
Stowe,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Reale,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Approval of a variance to the side yard setback to allow redevelopment of a single-family home that allows a third floor, in parentheses, second habitable level, above the existing footprint of the house,
Subject.
subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Do we want to discuss this a little bit? Is everybody ready to vote? Well, that's your,
I'm ready to vote.
okay.
And just so I'm clear, because I'm, none of this matters for that addition on the other side of the house.
It's code compliant.
All right, great. So they could do that still, no matter what we say.
Yep.
All right.
Flint, you were my second.
Yes.
Blatt,
Yes.
Stowe,
Yes.
Clemens,
Yes.
Reale,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
That motion passes.
I move approval of a variance to the side yard setback to allow redevelopment of a single-family home that allows for a side yard setback variance
For a proposed expansion?
for the,
I think you just refer to the site plan on this one.
yeah, that allows an encroachment in the side yard setback for a 2-story expansion
At the southwest corner?
at the southwest corner of the property, as shown on the site plan, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Blatt,
No.
Stowe,
No.
Clemens,
Yes.
Reale,
No.
Badalow?
No.
Flynn?
No.
That motion fails.
All right.
Thank you.
We need a break.
Need a break?
Okay. That was a lot.
All right, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll start at 5.
Taking an 8.
That was very impressive.
All right, we're back in session. Next item is 7, case 24-51000002, 736 7th Avenue North. Staff.
Siobhan Chambers of Development Review Services. I have been sworn. The subject property consists of one platted corner lot located on 7th Avenue North between Grove Street North and 8th Street North in the historic Uptown neighborhood. This property is zoned NT2. As a bit of background, the property consists of approximately 7,938 square feet. The property currently has 5 existing units situated between 2 buildings. The first building is a 2-story frame structure that has 4 units, and then the second story is a building that is masonry. It has the last remaining unit. Business tax certificates have been maintained for the 5 rental units, so a reinstatement is not required. As a correction to the staff report, the total gross square footage existing between the 2 buildings is 4,204 square feet. This results in an existing floor area ratio of 0.52. This application requests the approval of a redevelopment plan with variances to the floor area ratio, the impervious surface ratio, and setbacks to allow for the redevelopment of the 5 existing dwelling units into 5 townhome units. And here are some photos of existing site conditions from 7th Avenue North on the left-hand side, and then from Grove Street and the alley on the right. Since the publication of the, since providing public notice, the applicant has revised the initial submission to address the requested variances. This application's initial submittal proposed a building with a front porch and building encroachments along 7th Avenue North into the required building setbacks. The property's current NT2 zoning requires porches to maintain 18-foot front yard setbacks and for buildings to maintain 25-foot front yard setbacks. As proposed, the initial request, the building was approximately 19 feet from the front yard line, and the porch was about 13.5 feet from the front yard line. As shown in this plan, the applicant designed this site plan so that the parking spaces would be alley loading in compliance with the district regulations. This plan for the 5 units incorporates a parking space for each unit. Under the multifamily standards, only 4 parking spaces would currently be required, but 5 are being provided, 1 for each unit, along with walkways to Grove Street to 7th Avenue and walkways from the parking spaces to the rear up to the sidewalks on 7th Avenue along the back of the building. In doing so, this plan incorporates enlarged parking stall depths. The depths of the stall are approximately 25 feet, which the required stall depth for a parking space is only about 18 feet. This resulted in the increase of the impervious surface to exceed the 65% ratio. In consideration of the setback and impervious surface variances, the applicant has revised the site plan to reduce the impervious surface ratio from 66% to 64% by reducing the oversized stall depths from 25 feet to approximately 21.5 feet. This in turn allows the building and the front porch to be recessed and to reduce the magnitude of the variances requested, leaving the relocated front porch to comply with building setbacks. The building itself, its setback will be revised from approximately 20 feet to, or 19 feet to 23 feet, which was separately approved through a reduced setback request provided by the applicant in addition to the redevelopment plan. So that approval for the building to have a 23-foot front yard setback has been handled separately. And here we have the original floor plan. In this submission, an FAR of 0.73 or 5,829 approximate square feet was proposed for each unit, having 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, porches, and street-facing balconies. In efforts to reduce the floor area ratio, increased sizes for each of the porches, or each of the open porches on the first floor were added, and the applicant converted the second bedrooms, on the second floors for units 2 and 4. They were converted into patios with solid knee walls. The former second bedroom closets were retained as additional external storage closets. The resulting modifications decreased the floor area ratio by approximately 669 square feet, taking the FAR request from its prior 0.73 down to the redevelopment plan's allowable 0.65. And here we have elevations of the front and rear facades. The front and rear facades have largely remained the same, and the building complies with the height limits permitted by the zoning. The front door of Unit 1 on the north elevation was originally non-functioning and has been revised to be functioning as the front entrance of the building and the unit. Here we have comparison elevations provided by the applicant. To the left in the original submission, each of the 5 units' entry doors face Grove Street North, which is the property street side yard. In revising the plans, the applicant internally oriented 2 of the entry doors in the middle units, units 2 and 4, and relocated the front door of Unit 1 from Grove Street to 7th Avenue, leaving only 2 doors to face Grove Street instead of 5. In the elevations, the revised elevations, on the right-hand side, the covered patios for units 2 and 4 were added with a solid knee wall instead of full-length screen panels to provide increased privacy for the tenants and to provide outdoor space buffering for the neighboring property next door. Pursuant to the review criteria in terms of scale and mass, the proposed building has been designed as a 2-story structure in a colonial revival architectural style. This form of architecture is recognized by the city's design guidelines for historic properties and is consistent with similar 2-story rectangular hip roof building types along the surrounding area. The applicant has chosen to maximize the redevelopment plan's allowable 0.5 FAR by seeking an additional 0.15 FAR using the redevelopment plan's allowed bonuses. The proposal does meet the criteria for the FAR bonuses sought in terms of building height, setbacks, and building type. The building scale of the street and across the street vary between 1 and 2-story single and multifamily buildings. The revised elevations and plans reflect the project's building height, setbacks, and roof design given the surrounding development in the NT2 zoning. In terms of site orientation and development, access to the site will be provided via walkways to each of the abutting sidewalks from all front doors and along the rear of the building. Off-street parking spaces, once again, will be alley loading in compliance with the district regulations, and each parking space has been allocated to a unit. The development does not propose an alteration to the existing grid pattern of the neighborhood. It does not involve the development of multiple lots, and it does provide its required pedestrian entries off of 7th Avenue North. In consideration to public comments, the application was noticed to all property owners within 300 feet in the association. No comments were received from the Historic Uptown Neighborhood Association. Comments from the general public consisted of 2 calls and an email. One of the calls was in support of the request, citing the reduction in the turnover of transient renters and an increase in home ownership to deal with perceived property maintenance and management issues. It also noted the welcoming of alley loading on-site parking. The second expressed concerns for off-street parking accommodations and the need for better sanitation services for trash along the alley. Based on the review of the redevelopment application, according to the evaluation contained in the criteria of the City Code, Development Services recommends approval of the requested redevelopment plan subject to the conditions found in the staff report, and I remain available for questions.
Questions for staff?
I have a question. Are we no longer then approving floor area ratio, setback, and ISR variances? Those have been taken care of?
Correct. Through the revision, correct.
Okay.
So are there any variances now?
No.
It's just a redevelopment approval?
Correct.
Okay.
And does the redevelopment approval incorporate the FAR bonus request?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Regarding the front entries, so on the corner unit, the unit that faces 7th, there are 2 functioning front doors. There's one facing Grove and one facing 7th?
In the floor plan?
Yes.
So it has been clarified by the applicant. That's done to show that on unit, instead of making a singular floor plan for that floor on unit 1, because it's intended to represent the entrances for
the 2
units.
that face Grove?
Right. And then the one that you see that faces 7th, that's going to be the floor plan for the first unit.
And then the other 2, the doors are around the corner
They are side loading, correct.
off of the patio.
Commissioner Flynn?
Mr. Chambliss, on some of these other properties where you've had two dwelling units allowed, but it's a single-family area, it's always been a requirement that the property was made to look like a single-family home. And the existing property, buildings that are on that property look like they're originally single-family homes. They've got that look, feel of single-family. Is there any requirement in this one that they be made to look more like a single-family home? Because townhomes are not really predominant in that area. There's a lot of, as our local historian, Mr. Clemens, has said over time, you have these large homes that were subdivided into smaller apartments. So there's several of those in the area. So they look like these oversized homes that are subdivided in apartments. My only concern on this is just it looks like townhomes in an area that's not really townhomes. And I know on others, again, we've required doors around the side to make it look like it's just got one entryway. Any input on that? Whether that was a factor in staff approval?
So it was, because of the intended development type that was originally proposed with all of the doors, the applicants, based off of feedback from the department, did incorporate a lot of the changes that the commission would ordinarily see staff make in redevelopments that don't necessarily deal with this number of units. It was expressed to staff that it was the desire of the applicant to retain all of the units as best they could, utilizing the plan that they had. So, of course, we provided all of the standards within the redevelopment plan, and they took heed in addressing the variances. It's just this was the particular model the applicant chose.
Could they have potentially split it into two buildings with a gap between? Because what you have is you have a main predominant building at the north end, and then looks like more of a single-family home that's been added on to at the south end, much lower roof line. So you have, easily two very separate buildings there. Any thoughts given to that potential layout to break it up some?
It was an option. Again, this was the desired expression of the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. Last question. Just to the east side of, was it Grove Street, you have a lot of public parking there along the roadway. You only have parking on the east side of it, which gets heavy use because you have several commercial businesses there, Flatbread and Butter, the beer boutique, and several other businesses. So a lot of those spaces tend to stay full. Do you know if those parking spaces are limited to 2-hour parking, or are they all-day parking?
This particular section of Grove Street, I honestly do not know.
Okay, thank you. Enough questions. Thank you.
So were two of the doors that were facing directly on the Grove, were they moved around to the side because of comments from staff then?
Correct.
Okay. Because of that very issue that Commissioner Flint brought up?
Correct. So in meetings with the applicants, there was a project or two that was shared where a side loading door was essentially required for the townhome development. Granted, it was of a smaller size. There were only 2 units, but the applicant essentially reoriented the front door to face 7th, and then instead of making all of the doors internally oriented, to have, since they all have porches, to at least minimize the number of doors if they couldn't completely eliminate them.
Are these going to be sold fee simple, do you know? Or is that?
That will be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
In some of the neighborhood too, when we looked at that.
That is a zoning issue. You may not be, within zoning, can you?
Yeah, they can.
They can, okay.
So also too, looking at the neighborhood, and it's kind of eclectic there, where you have multifamily, and you have some that maybe have 2 doors facing the street, you have some that have 1 and then maybe a side, just because how they were subdivided at some point or how they were built. So that's why we went away from 5 doors to like 2 doors, facing 2 internal that you can't see, and then 1 facing 7th, to kind of be consistent with that. And there's some large buildings in that area too, and there's some small buildings in that area. It's one of the oldest neighborhood in the city.
Yeah.
So it's just
And to Corey's point, if I could have the presentation, I can actually show you a photo of the building directly across the street. Although it has 3 doors and the doors are internally oriented, given the pedestrian experience, you could still see and feel the presence of the 3 doors. Where on other developments, when you traverse 7th, you may see only 1, or you may see a primary door and then a door with a porch on the side of it. So like these are other examples of property or multifamily developments along 7th. So where the truck is on the top right, you have a multifamily building that has no entrances that face 7th at all. Versus having single family products or the neighboring property, which is directly underneath it. It, to your point, only has 1 door with multiple units in it. In terms of what I was showing you is here. So the building towards the middle top, it has 3 internally oriented doors in this 2-story structure that has multiple units in it.
And that's one of the ones that I was looking at. I'm like, this might have been one of those large homes that was subdivided years ago. Notice that one. It works.
Other questions for staff? Okay, applicant?
My name is Alexandria Olick. I currently reside at 460 93rd Avenue North, and I have been sworn in. Okay. So first of all, I just want to say hello and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and of course extend a very special thank you to both Siobhan and Mr. Corey with the city for all of their help in bringing this project before you today. I will be presenting this redevelopment plan on behalf of the property owners, Mona and Mamdou El Kouli, as well as on behalf of Kohli International Incorporated, who are the structural engineering consultants for this project. As I'm sure you all know, any redevelopment project is a very involved undertaking, so every effort has been made to both meet the architectural guidelines of the district and maintain the historical aspects of the nearby structures, while utilizing this opportunity to simultaneously revive and revitalize our historic downtown district. We hope to achieve this by replacing the existing 5 grandfathered-in units with the cohesive look of 5 new townhomes, which feature a very inviting facade, large porches, lush tropical landscaping, and 5 off-street covered parking spaces. As you can see here, the structure on the left is comprised of 4 dwelling units, and on the right-hand side is the existing single standalone dwelling. Here you can see how the two compare to one another, with our proposed redevelopment plan meeting all of the city guidelines set forth with our bonuses for the FAR, and it will help alleviate the strain of on-street parking with the addition of those 5 private spaces. Shown here is the future view from Grove Street, with the notable changes from our initial plan. So units 2 and 4, so this would be unit 2, and unit 4 here are the only units that will have doors that will face Grove Street, whereas units 3 and 5 are to be entered along this face here, as Siobhan mentioned during his presentation. And as you can see from the view from 7th Avenue North, unit number 1 will be entered from this street face. And this is all, of course, as per the city's request. Shown here is a look of our landscaping plan, just to better exemplify all of those aspects that I've been yapping at you about so far, such as the wide array of plants that we would like to add, as well as the expansive porch spaces and the attached carport on the south side. So in order to help bring this project to life, we had to make several very significant changes to our initial redevelopment plan and application. One such change was an 8% decrease to our proposed floor area ratio. All 5 of the units in question had this wall shifted inwards by 3 feet. And then the second floor of both units 2 and 4, we saw the removal of 1 bedroom and 1 bath to be replaced with this balcony and outdoor storage area shown here. By making those changes, we were able to reduce our initial FAR from 0.73 to 0.65 with a loss of approximately 670 square feet. One of the other major changes that we had to make, as you can see, involved the building setbacks. So here is a table that was provided by Siobhan, showing all of the data that he compiled for the average existing setbacks in the block, which include the stoop, the porch, and the building setbacks. I went ahead and summarized that previous slide here, just so we can all more easily compare the code requirements, the average existing setbacks in the block, and those of the Edge townhomes, which will be the name of our proposed redevelopment plan. By shifting the entirety of the development approximately 4 feet south, we were able to meet both the stoop and the porch setbacks. And then this also greatly improved the building's front setback request, which was approved by the city on Monday. In addition to improving the front setback, this shift also brought our impervious surface area ratio down to 0.64, which now falls under the maximum allowed of 0.65. Before I conclude our presentation today, these are just a few points that I would like to touch on once again. Since our initial submission, Every possible effort has been made to meet, and we have since achieved, the required floor area ratio, building setback, and impervious surface area requirements necessary for the redevelopment of the Edge. And we firmly believe that once approved, the Edge, including its 5 private parking spaces, will be an inviting and positive addition to our highly desired historical neighborhood. Thank you all for your time today. We appreciate it.
Questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any blue cards? No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross?
Staff waives.
Do you have any cross-examination questions for staff? Staff, any closing statements?
Staff waives.
Closing statements? No? Okay, thank you. We'll go into executive session. Well, I mean, we had a lot of work to do on this one, but now our scope is...
Staff?
Yeah.
Staff did it for us.
Yeah. So,
And the applicant.
does anyone have any concerns they want to discuss? None?
Not really a concern. The concern was with the original submission to us, that it just looked too much like a townhome. All those doors facing Grove. This is a substantially better elevation with the breakup of those doors. You know, there's always issues with anything, but overall, that change really has some dramatic impact on this project. The only concern I would have here, which I don't think we have any control over, it's going to happen, when you go from the existing tenant mix there, you probably have fewer people that own vehicles. You know, I do see the potential for some parking issues, because now I wouldn't be surprised if the homeowners, townhome owners, are 2 vehicles each and quickly spill over from the 5. But again, you're going from 0 spaces to 5.
I think it's a wonderful development, and it's great that they worked so closely with staff to achieve those code requirements. So I think it's great. I would love to make a motion unless there's other.
Go for it.
Okay, I make a motion to approval of the redevelopment plan to allow the redevelopment of 5 dwelling units into 5 townhomes with variances to.
Period.
Oh wait, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Levens?
Yes. Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Badalo?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, last item, number 8, case 25-32000001, 2200 and 2230, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South.
Thank you. Corey Milishka, zoning official, City of St. Petersburg. All right. Before you today is a commercial property located at 2200 and 2230 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South. In the building located at 2230 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South, that was constructed in 1952 and is a multi-tenant building, is proposed to currently occupies a retail grocery store and a takeout restaurant, as well as there's an existing building on the north side of the property that was built in 1998 and was recently housing a retail furniture store. The St. Pete Free Clinic, which currently operates at 863 3rd Avenue North, is seeking to relocate to the subject property. The clinic proposes to renovate the existing building at 2200 ML King Street South into both a medical and organizational office space as well as a supply pantry. The building at 2230 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street is proposed to be demolished. The medical office uses are both permitted in the uses in the CCT1 zoning district. The supply pantry use is a social service use that requires approval by the commission, and that is why we're here today. This is just showing you the existing survey on the left-hand side and the proposed site plan. The applicant proposes to construct a new parking lot in the location of the building that will be demolished. The existing vehicular and pedestrian access to the site will remain unchanged. The existing parking lot on the north side of the subject property and loading dock on the east side of the building will also not be altered. The existing number of on-site spaces currently are significantly less than what is required by code. The code currently requires 73 parking spaces, and there are 37 located on the site. The change of the use requires one additional parking space for a total of 74. The applicant proposes to construct an additional 12 parking spaces on site. The city code states that parking requirements be met at the time of building a new structure, enlarging or increasing the density or intensity, or changing the use that requires additional parking. The code also says the requirement shall only apply to the increase in that requirement for the new construction or expansion or that intensity of use. So therefore, the applicant is providing the additional one parking space plus 11 additional parking spaces above that, decreasing the existing nonconformity. Just the existing picture, looking at the building at 2200 ML King, again, occupied the former furniture store. There are, in addition to the special exception criteria, the Development Review Commission shall also consider the following requirements in determining whether to approve with conditions, or deny the request for the social service agencies. So listed within the code, the first requirement is if the facility shall be served and access to mass transit. PSTA Route 20 runs along Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South, adjacent to the property, and has a bus stop located at 22nd Avenue South. Secondly, the facility shall be adequate size and designed to reasonably accommodate the projected capacity. The existing facility is approximately 18,000 square feet, which is proposed to be, again, demised into professional medical offices, as well as the supply pantry and warehouse space. The facility shall have internal and external waiting areas sufficient for the proposed maximum number of persons waiting. There will be no external waiting areas proposed. There will be internal areas for those visiting the center. Exterior waiting and exterior activity areas shall be adequately buffered from residential properties. And again, there's no exterior waiting areas. This is another view if you're looking east from ML King. Again, parking. So the city code requires long and short-term housing uses shall provide at least 2 spaces plus 1 for each staff person. There is no housing located on the property. Other uses shall provide 1 space for every 200 square feet. Parking for the supply pantry does require the 1 per 200. The general office use here requires 1 per 400 square feet, and the medical office would require 1 per 300 square feet. Also, social service agencies with the same special exception of use are prohibited within 1,200 square feet of another such use. While there is another small supply pantry that is nearly located 2,000 feet away from this subject property that is operation intact and that is located at 1310 22nd Avenue South. Again, the last criteria is office and long and short-term housing uses shall meet the maximum density, lot, FAR height, and ISR requirements, and the minimum lot yard requirements of the zoning district in which they are located. Other uses shall meet the maximum lot, FAR height, and ISR requirements, and minimum lot and yard requirements of the most similar use in the zoning district in which they are located. Again, there are no longer short-term housing options here on the property. The proposed office spaces, supply pantry meets the requirements of the code. It does not exceed the maximum lot coverage, FAR height, and ISR that's already in the code. Again, this is just a view of the actual grocery store building. It's located at 2230 ML King. The commission is also required to review the special exception criteria that is contained in the code, and that's going to be listed under section 16.70.040.1.5.d. That's also included in your staff report. The subject property is located at the intersection of 2 minor arterial streets. The existing building at 2200 ML King Street South, the surface parking area and the loading dock will remain in its current configuration. The new service parking lot south of the existing building will comply with the district standards. The development meets all required setbacks, ISR, FAR, lot area requirements. Staff has added special conditions of approval to the report to help mitigate for any potential impacts. These do include fencing as well as landscaping. General and medical office uses, again, are permitted within the zoning district. The proposed supply pantry is a social service use that does require approval by the commission since it is a special exception use in this district. And again, one of the review criteria for approving a social service does prohibit another social service of the same use within 1,200 square feet. And again, the second what criteria is that no other social service be within 1,200 square feet with a different operating use. And neither of those is the case here. The closest social service, again, is within more than 2,000 feet away. This is just another close-up view of the grocery store. Staff does recommend approval of the special exception and related site plan for the social service use at this location. Staff did receive 2 phone calls, one from a resident and a second from a commercial property owner. Both callers expressed support of the proposed project. We did hear some information this afternoon from the tenant of the existing building that's proposed to be demolished where the existing grocery store is located. So they may be here in the audience as well. Okay. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
I've got a quick one. So in reading the staff report, it's my understanding that they'll still be non-conforming in terms of the number of parking spaces, but it's less of a non-conformity. Did you compute how many parking spaces would have been required for the retail center and the furniture store?
73.
Oh, it was 73.
And they have 37.
And then they had to go to 74 because of the.
And also, too, the parking's probably going to be a little less than what they had because they don't know exactly how much general office is going to be in there. So they did their numbers based on the max. So it's probably going to be less than actually what is required today, but they'll provide more.
Thank you.
You mean the demand, the code minimum will be less? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Flint?
Is this going to be a setup for the food pantry component where they drive up and they're handed food and supplies through a vehicle window, or do they have to park and come in?
This one they'll go in. Now during COVID it was a little different, where they actually did go up to the car. The applicant can speak to that, but yeah, this is where they go into the center in the facility.
Okay. I believe, aren't they located up in the Joe's Creek area now, doing their food pantry?
Well, they have one right on 3rd Avenue North between 8th and ML King North.
In downtown.
Okay.
I mean,
and they do have a couple different locations on 4th, which is their medical facilities.
The reason I ask is I believe they've got one up in Joe's Creek Industrial between 34th and 28th Street, that on the days that they are doing the food, it's a drive up, and I think it's 45th Avenue. The road will be bumper to bumper for 5 blocks, roughly, 3 to 5 blocks. So if it's a different where they actually have to come in, that might not be an issue here. There's always certain days that they have the food giveaway, and it creates a traffic issue in that area. Might be something to ask the applicant.
What was the nature of the comment you said you received this afternoon about the grocery store?
So the existing tenant of the grocery store just found out about being displaced out of the building that we demolished. So they may be here in the audience to express that.
Okay.
But otherwise, no letters of objection or no phone calls of objection.
Correct. We actually received a phone call from someone who received support from the free clinic and may be in the audience as well. And again, another business owner down the block who supported the.
Yep.
Other questions? Is the applicant
here? Afternoon. I'm Jennifer Yeagley, CEO for St. Petersburg Free Clinic, 863 3rd Avenue North, and I'm sworn. So St. Pete Free Clinic is our community's home for healthcare for our uninsured neighbors, providing no-cost primary care, a range of specialty care options, including cardiology and gastroenterology, no-cost medications, diabetes intervention services, and medical systems navigation. We also operate the community's largest food bank, distributing 17 million meals throughout the county. Our We Help Fresh Pantry, which is our no-cost grocery option, serves more than 30,000 visitors monthly across 2 sites. The location in Joe's Creek, which used to be a drive-through where we would hand groceries out to people driving through, we've actually discontinued that because of the traffic considerations and are looking for alternatives in that area. But we do operate at 3rd Avenue North now, which is an indoor pantry, and also we have a drive-through on the Deuces. And again, we're serving 30,000 visitors monthly across those 2 sites because demand for the services that we provide is so high. Through our acquisition of the proposed site, we aim to expand on our provision of food and health care for our neighbors. Today, the highest concentration or highest utilization zip code of our downtown fresh pantry is the 33705 zip code. Locating our critical services in a location that is more convenient for our neighbors is our goal. The proposed use of the building, as Corey stated, is the provision of health services and a food pantry. In a survey of our patrons today who live in the 33705 and 33712 zip codes, 91% said they would appreciate a St. Pete Free Clinic food pantry and healthcare services in their zip code. The number of those whom we serve is staggering, demonstrating the enormous need for our services, but our impact is really felt through the stories of those whose lives have been improved through our work. Neighbors like Michael, who came across us at a community outreach event, uninsured, connected with one of our RNs, got his A1C and his blood pressure checked. He hadn't been feeling well. His A1C was sky high. He was waiting it out because he knew he was sick, but he wasn't old enough for Medicare, and again, had no insurance. So through connecting with us, he became a patient of our health center, was able to avail himself of the array of our services, including healthy food. Today, his A1C is down. He is feeling much better, and he has expressed his gratitude to SPFC for his ability to continue to be around for his grandchildren to see them grow up. Through our due diligence process in pursuing the acquisition of the Badcock building and the adjacent site to expand our parking options, we've reached out and presented to neighborhood associations, community partners, and community members, through which there has been an indication of support for our expansion at this location. I do want to note and reiterate what Corey said, that the site plan involves the demolition of a building adjacent to the Badcock building where there are tenants. We are committed to working with those tenants throughout the process, honoring the existing lease agreements that are in place, which do have clauses for termination of leases that include timelines as well as financial considerations. But beyond just honoring the legal obligations, we're an organization that thrives through collaboration and has demonstrated our commitment to partnership through our 55 years of operation, and we would continue that commitment through this process. I'd also like to note, to Corey's point, that I got a call this morning, just a few hours before this meeting, that the owners of Mayor's Grocery and members of the surrounding community had concerns, which I had not heard up to that point. Mayor's Grocery is one of the tenants in the building that would be slated for demolition. I was under the impression that there had been some communication and some more understanding up to this point as to the plan, but I'm told that's not the case. So I did reach out to the owners this morning. They were gracious enough to meet with me. We did meet briefly, now have a direct line of communication. In our meeting, we broadly discussed where we are and our commitment to partnership, but we just really haven't had time to flush out what that's going to look like. That said, SPFC is still in our due diligence process, so we're still in process of figuring out the exact specifics ourselves. I would like to reiterate the magnitude of the need for the services that we provide and the scope of our impact, and that need is only increasing. And so I appreciate the consideration of the commission, and just want to further note, again, our track record of community collaboration and our continued commitment to that. Thank you very much.
Questions for the applicant? No? Okay. We have some blue cards. First card I have here is Mary Lucius.
My name is Mary Lucius. I live at 839 22nd Avenue South, 33705. This building is directly across the street from where I live. I'm here to see what really is going to happen to the building, which I'm sitting here listening, and that's why I'm here, to get a full understanding what are you trying to do with the building. Now, my thing is that intersection there, there's a lot of accidents at that intersection. Matter of fact, 3 days ago, there was a very bad accident right there. The food pantry, you say food pantry and the office space. Now, the food I'm concerned about because of the rodents in the area. I own that building on 22nd Avenue South. I am the owner, 839. And I'm concerned about the rodents coming through about the food. I don't know how secure it's going to be up in that building, but I do have 8 rodent boxes around my house. 4 this problem, and I have to pay for this, and I don't want it to get any worse while I still live on this earth. So that is my concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Karen, I can't see if it's Lewick or Lewin.
I haven't been sworn in.
If anyone else hasn't been sworn, that's going to speak, can you stand to be sworn? Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My name is Karen Lewin. Here to speak about the building on 2230, 32, 34, 36, 38. I'm one of the tenants there. I own 2 spaces, the event center, and Mears Grocery. I'm also an employee there. And this restaurant been in this community for 25 years. And this is the only restaurant in the community around the Harbordale area that you could provide, get a hot meal. And it's also a cultural landmark, okay, historic cultural landmark. People from all over come to taste our cuisine, and this is a place where everybody get together and, you know, fellowship, social. And also, I spoke to some of the businesses in the area today, and they're kind of worried about having a pantry there. You start giving out free food, what happens to the other business in the neighborhood? Okay, people are not gonna spend money. And no one reached out to us regarding what was going on. Today, I spoke with Jennifer today, and to get a clear understanding of what was going on, and nobody have reached out to us. And I think people, or maybe she reached out because there was something posted on Facebook yesterday, and the entire community was upset about what was going on. And online petition, we gathered 1,900 petitions online, and over 500 that came in the restaurant yesterday. So it's hard when you have your business and you've been there for so long, and for you to just, you know, uproot and relocate, and, you know, I just think it's just wrong. So I'm just asking you today not to, not to approve this today, you know. Let's see if we could find other avenues or, you know, other places that, you know, that could house this pantry. There's a pantry down the street less than a minute away from where this proposed site is being for the new pantry. And, you know, I just think that, you know, it's unfair to, you know, Mr. Miller's been there, Mears Grocery been there for so long, and, you know, a furniture store that sells furniture for prices that other people cannot afford, event center that I run, to sometimes back to school event for the kids, to, you know, books and uniforms, haircuts, and even for spaces that people cannot afford, you know, a spot to have parties or repasts, and I do that at a special rate for them. So I'm just asking you guys to reconsider this, okay? Thank y'all.
Jake Geffen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jake. I'm representing the Progressive Jewish Coalition of Central Florida. Marist has been a community staple for the last 24 years and serves as a bastion of St. Pete history and heritage during a time of rapid growth and development. The importance of preserving and protecting our residents and their businesses is imperative if we are to keep our city the charming and wonderful place we have all worked hard to make it become. As many people here may already know, large areas of our city are known as food deserts. There is a massive historical and community aspect to this that cannot be understated as well. The Jewish Coalition often works with local street medic orgs, food distribution programs, and more, so we absolutely recognize the importance and blessing that is the St. Pete Free Clinic. But we believe a new site should not come via the forced demolition of a historic business. At the Jewish Coalition, we believe that that immense care and extreme respect must be given to the opinions and requests of the mayor's family and staff. The PJC urges this commission to leave mayors unbothered and kept alive, and to make sure that at every step of this process, however it may proceed, that mayors is a part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to say this name wrong. Kajeha? Please correct me, Mrs. Miller. Khadija, thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. My name is Khadija Miller. I'm daughter of Wilbur Miller, the owner at Mayor's Groceries. As many of you know, Mayor's Groceries has been located at 22nd Avenue and 9th Street for the last 24 years. At the early age of 7, I've had the chance to work alongside my dad for many years, serving our community. I've watched my dad leave for work at 7 in the morning, coming home as late as 12 a.m., most days without complaining. Sorry. My dad is a well-respected member of our community, role model to most, but to me and the rest of his family, he's our hero. Labeling my dad as a hard worker would be an understatement. Although Mayor's Groceries is mostly known for its good food and groceries, over the years, we've also been known and considered a safe space for youth, a space for mentoring, good music and vibes, and a space that has been recognized for good business from our city and community members. We've had the chance to serve not only our community, but many celebrities and public figures as well. I am unaware of exactly how long the approval for the site plan has been, but we have not had prior knowledge of this until recently. Mayor's Groceries, located at 2230 9th Street South, is more than just another building. For the last 24 years, this has been a second home to me. This is our history, a history that should not be demolished, moved, or pushed out of the same neighborhood that we've been a pivotal staple for many years. And in less than 24 hours, we have gained over 2,000 signatures from those in our community that could say the same. Thank you.
Thank you. The last card I have is Angel Torrens.
Hello, my name is Angel Torrens. I'm residing at 2420 5th Street South, 33705. This is the same community that Mayor's has their business. I'm also representing the Neighborhood Association of Harbordale as the president. I would like to mention that Mayor's has been around for 24 years. It serves as a keystone to our community, a very friendly, pedestrian-friendly community. They're the only restaurant within our borders, and they also are the only place that you could find a hot meal cooked and served for you fresh in this community, other than Chataway's, which is not a part of our community. I didn't write anything today. I found out about this news just as soon as these guys found out here, and I just could not leave this alone. We spoke with the people from St. Pete Free Clinic. I agree with the things that they do. I think they do beautiful work. Our neighborhood also believes that, but it shouldn't come at the cost of kicking out a staple to our community. I would like to see something where they can come to an agreement where maybe mayors can still continue to do their work there and serve our community, not only as just a restaurant, but it's also sort of a beacon for Black excellence and legacy. You know, these guys are still hanging on throughout all the rough stuff that we've been through in this neighborhood. So I'd like to see them stay, and this is why I'm here. Thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you. Does anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Okay. Thank you. At this point,
Can I ask a question of one of the speakers?
yeah.
Ma'am, do you know how large the business is? How many square feet it occupies? Okay, thank you.
Have a question for some of the members that were speaking here also. Is Atwater's has been closed for a while there, hasn't it? Or
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Well, I was gonna, if you can't come up and answer, that's fine. Come up.
Oh, if you can come up to the microphone, please.
Atwater's has been closed for a while. I believe Eric still owns the property, or he still has something to do with the property, but that is also not, it's the Bartlett Park community that's across the street from Harbordale, if that's where you're going at. This is the only restaurant in Harbordale.
Yeah, because there's the meat market across the west side street. I've been looking at Street View to see what other restaurants, and it does appear that this is pretty much the only active restaurant in the immediate vicinity. Thank you.
Any other questions? Staff? Do you have any sorry, I'm looking over you. Do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waves.
Does the applicant have any cross-examination?
I'm not sure if it's cross-examination or just
So
closing.
you'll have a chance to close. Cross-examination would be if you wanted to ask on the record
No.
of someone in the public or of staff. No?
Thank you.
Okay. Staff, do you have any closing statements?
We do not.
Okay. And then, ma'am, you have now 5 minutes to rebut and close.
Thank you. I just want to speak to, thank you for raising the concern about rodents. That is an understandable concern. We have very aggressive pest control measures that we take in any location where we provide food. Again, we operate the county's largest food bank, and as you can imagine, pest mitigation is a critical part of that service, so we're very familiar with that. We do it, and we don't have rodent problems, so I just wanted to speak to that specifically. More broadly, I want to thank the members of the community for being here, for their openness and having communication with the St. Pete Free Clinic. We did do public and individual outreach through this process. The plan was public. Again, want to note that I was under the impression that some communication had occurred with the owners of Mares that didn't. And that is why when I learned of the concern first thing this morning, which I know popped up for them yesterday, this is all a bit fresh for all of us. So we are in direct communication. The Free Clinic is committed to working with them and trying to find workable solutions. As mentioned, we take collaboration seriously. We take community seriously. That's what we're here to do, is serve the community. So I would like to just reiterate our commitment to that process, and also note that the special exception, because I want to be sure the community really understands the nature of the special exception request, which is specifically for the supply pantry component of the use of this building, and specifically to be able to build out that pantry in a footprint that is larger than 25% of the building. Because if the pantry portion is smaller than 25% of the building, it actually is allowable by current zoning and code. And so that is the only piece of this for which a special exception is required. So I don't want there to be any confusion that if the commission, does opt to not approve this, that does not necessarily mean this whole project is done and shut down. And so there would still need to have to be ongoing discussion on how we would work together if the Free Clinic decided to continue to pursue the transaction. Thank you.
Well, I guess we'll go to executive session.
Well, no, and actually that does raise we're still convening executive session.
Well, yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
So the building, the old furniture store is approximately 18,000 square feet. So in other words, if the food pantry was 4,500 square feet or less, then you wouldn't need a special exception for the other uses.
Correct.
And do you have an approximate size that you're looking at for the food pantry then?
We are looking at between 4,500 and 6,000 square feet. Our intent in pursuing the special exception was to give us some flexibility in what we ultimately landed on, because we're working on the exact configuration of the interior of the site now. Again, we know it'll be medical, pantry, navigation, but we really wanted to give ourselves flexibility in the size.
But the range is between 4,500 to 6,000 square feet is what you're looking at. Corey, if this is approved today, thank you. If this is approved today, would there ultimately be potentially a site plan approval that might come in this, or only if there would be variances then that they would need?
Well, this is the site plan before he's tied to this approval.
So the site plan.
It just removes the building and adds parking, pretty much, right? Maintains access.
Right.
Special exception relates site plan approval.
I have a question for the.
So,
sorry.
Well, I just, I appreciate and respect the commitments that you've made. But if one of the, in having discussions, further discussions with the tenants of that building, if one of the ideas was, for example, for that building to be stay, then that would require that they come back for a new site plan approval then, because the parking ratios would be all different and.
Well, because right now, like I said, the existing facility, the two buildings now require 73.
Right.
As they tore it down, it says 74. But again, they don't have their build out of how much general office is going to be. So if for some reason, they don't keep the both buildings, they have the layouts of all their spaces and the parking calculations the
As
same.
long as they were not.
Increase
So right now, there's two buildings should have 73 parking spaces. They have 37. So there's a deficiency of 36.
Is what it is.
So as long as they maintain a deficiency of 36 or less, then they can change the uses within the zoning code. And if the special exception is approved, they could exceed 4,500 square feet for the pantry use. But they would have flexibility then in terms of saving all or a portion of that building, or even incorporating the tenants into a portion of the existing building. I'm just throwing out weird ideas.
Well, my question was going to be related to that. And this is more for the
I'm
applicant.
just trying to understand what site plan flexibility they have.
Is the whole purpose of removing the building for parking?
Yes.
So, look, we get into trouble here a lot of times when we start to pick apart site plans, but
usually it's my fault.
Well, no. But this is one where I'm not sure the parking is a big issue in this area, right?
Well,
as opposed to maybe some other parts in the city.
I'm very familiar with Daystar, which is about a mile away, and I was the architect for Daystar, and I've been a volunteer there since it's been built. So it's about a mile away. It's an 11,000 square foot building, and it's got about a 4,000 or 5,000, I can't remember the exact size, pantry element. And as I recall, we've got 40-something parking spaces. But the large majority of the people who come there come by foot, come by bike, come by transit. But there are, on food days, the parking lot's full, but it's not overflowing, and it's not people parking in the street or people parking across the street. The parking lot's well used, and there's a lot of turnover. But so for exactly the reasons that were made during the initial presentation by the applicant, this type of facility, because of its location, will be very different than Joe's Creek in terms of, I think, how the clients use the facilities, uses the facility. So I'm just reinforcing where you started to go from the experience that I have very close by. That there will be people driving here, but it's not anything like you might expect in other locations.
Yeah.
If I could respond to the parking piece, am I able to? So exactly to your point, we're aware of the walkability of this location, public transit accessibility, and the fact that many people may arrive on bikes, which currently happens at our downtown location. We would expect that would be more so in this location. We are also aware of the amount of volume of individuals who we serve at times that we're open. And the consideration of the plan for parking was actually in consideration of that and the surrounding neighbors, and wanting to be sure that we were maximizing our capability to allow for that. That was part of the process of our community outreach, was to talk about our plan for the building. Through some of that, some questions about traffic came up. we were able to address that. So the site plan does reflect what we had prior heard about wanting to be sure there's always adequate parking for the type of operation that we run. That said, this is walkable on public transit and a bikeable location. And so that's also noted, and we're aware of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, so my mother taught at Perkins for, many, many years, and very near that, and that's near this area. And I don't want to get my geography wrong, right? But that Tangerine Plaza is near there, right, Corey? Right, and that's all multiple grocers go in and struggle. And City Council has discussed that many a times, that there's not a lot of great options for food in this area. And so, in my mind, I don't want to create a problem by trying to solve a problem, but in my mind, we have a good steward of the community that's offering something to the community. If they don't feel like they need to get rid of the building, then not only are we going to save something that we have some people here discussing, but also then you're going to have a tenant that pays rent, which I'm assuming for a nonprofit would be beneficial, right? Now, Corey, what would happen if another user comes into this in the future, the use changes, this plan is not, they have to come back, either comply with the code or come back, right?
Yeah, it depends on the use. So, I mean, if the free clinic decided to move somewhere else and another permitted use went in there and they met the required parking, they could go right in there.
But if we approve something that's more extreme, like a bigger variance here than what's proposed, and another tenant comes in, we're not pushing that problem down, creating a problem down the road with another tenant. They would have to either comply or come back. Correct?
Correct. And if they're having further discussions, and depending on what the outcome is it something that could just be done, or is it a minor modification that, we do public notice? We have three different thresholds, in the approval, where one is drastic enough, it has to come back. One is minimal enough that it just goes through permitting. We usually do a letter to the file for record keeping, or there's one where there's public notice. And again, it just comes down to the caveat of what's that percentage of change there if they keep the building that was proposed to be a parking lot. Is that going to be less than 20%? Alteration. That's something that could be easily done. Let's see, I have it open really quick here.
Well, and I don't know if even if it did trigger something more, if the applicant would want a delay for something that would work that way, and then also legal. If we are to allow a greater variance, we can't do that with the notice we did, is that
correct?
Right? Yeah.
That's what I was gonna, yep. So it would need to be renoticed if there was a, if you were approving something greater
I'm not sure that a greater variance is needed until you really run the numbers.
Until you run the numbers of the parking.
And until whatever arrangements may or may,
You could, like you suggested, I mean, you could certainly, if you felt like you wanted additional information from the applicant, you could certainly defer it to request that additional information if you felt that you needed it to make your decision.
I feel like we're on the edge of a win-win here, but I don't want to, for a nonprofit to be in a contract. I understand. I don't know what your time constraints are, but those can be very precarious. And so, what Corey's saying, there may be enough flexibility here that we can approve and hint with our guidance to the applicant here, and they can work with the neighbors and maybe have a win-win. But if we can't, if it's not going to meet that threshold, then Corey's checking.
You know how much office space you'll have? General office in the building?
Office and medical.
You know the divide?
Approximately 11,500, 10,500, 11, with the remaining use pantry. There is a back storage area that leads out to a loading dock that is part of that, would obviously be considered part of the pantry because it's offers some storage. So in consideration of that, it's not just the floor space of the pantry, but
How much is that? Probably just general back of house office.
not medical.
Yeah, there's different criteria, I think.
Because the parking's different. It lowers your parking count like the general office.
I would hate to speak out of turn on that without
Yeah, I mean, nothing
being more, I mean,
And can the storage be counted separately from the pantry use,
So-
or is that considered part of the pantry use?
Again, it depends on what the storage is for. Is it back
food
house,
storage.
office? or
It's food storage.
If it's food, it would be part of the pantry,
Yeah,
you
okay.
know, but, yeah.
so what I would like to just, again, be very clear about, I really appreciate the thoughtful discussion and the commitment. The information on the opposition or just like lack of clarity on the plan is new to me as of this morning. I am not solely at liberty to make changes to a plan that it's been in discussion with my board of directors, that we've been pursuing and, you know, has been in progress. That said, we collaborate with the community. And so I have not yet had the chance to fully, I've alerted, you know, folks who need to know, but I've not fully had the chance to discuss the community concerns, the conversations that I had with the owners of Mayor's Grocery, and potential solutions with the people on my team who I would need to have those discussions with for us to consider alternative paths forward that allow for us to move forward with our plan to provide the services that we aim to provide, and also consider the feedback that we've just now gotten.
So,
I have a question.
So basically, I think there's really two options. Would you be willing to defer for 30 days so that you can maybe have some more of those conversations, both with the tenants in the building and then with your board and staff? Or do you want us to, based on, you know, and I mean this seriously, the good work and the good faith that St. Pete Free Clinic has in our community, to trust that you'll do that? And, you know,
So our due diligence period ends inside of 30 days.
okay, well, that's
So that is
important to
it's a constraint for us.
Yeah.
I would be afraid to, oh, you had something?
Yeah, I wanted to get a little more information about the due diligence that you did in reaching out to the community and the type of public forum and outreach that you did. Did you speak to the neighborhood association? Did you present kind of the plan to, I mean, how were the neighbors not notified? I feel like that's a big miss.
We presented to the neighborhood association. We did talk about our acquisition of the site south of the Badcock building. The site plan was available. I am not sure if I said at that presentation these buildings are going to be demolished. We did talk about the acquisition. In full candor, that was a part of the information that was made public. In my presentations, I focused on the services of the free clinic. I also candidly was not clear on the communications that were happening with the existing owner and the tenants, and did not want to overstep with specific communications related to agreements that were not yet the free clinic's agreements to discuss or negotiate. So I did tread a bit carefully in reaching out specifically to the owners. That said, when I heard about the concern, I did reach out to them this morning because I thought, well, we need to have a conversation now because communication has not occurred adequately to make sure that there was real clarity about what the plan was. But we also held a community forum at one of our locations. There was outreach for that, where we discussed the plan, and have had one-on-one behind-the-scenes conversations with community members and partners as to our prospective plan.
Thank you.
Respond to the comment that she made about the
No, so, I'm sorry, yeah, the way the procedure works, not right now.
I would hate to interfere with something during their due diligence, because what will happen here is if this deal falls through, it could fall through forever. Obviously, the property that includes the restaurant is for sale. Somebody else could come in there, buy up everything, level everything, and not bat an eye. I think in the case of the restaurant here, having the St. Pete Free Clinic there, which is a social-minded group, and having a restaurant potentially as part of the site would be a benefit to the health of the community. When you look at what's around there, you're looking at convenience stores. What do convenience stores sell? They essentially become the neighborhood grocery store of junk food. They don't have fresh food. It's junk. But it's fine, it serves a purpose. It doesn't meet the needs of a grocery. When you look at the website, photos of Mayor's, you're looking at a legitimate grocery, and hot meals that could be, healthy meals. I would be afraid that if we do not approve this, the deal falls through, somebody comes in, doesn't bat an eye, just kicking everybody out and redevelop. So we could always revisit this in the future, should they need additional variances, once they solidify. I mean, how do you solidify a plan and a layout without having control and ownership of the property? You can't really invest that kind of funds into it.
Right. We can't design the site. We can't get involved in the transaction. What I don't want to do, and the reason that I'm dragging this conversation on, is on both sides, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't want your contract to fall apart because we're trying to pick apart you and an owner who didn't communicate with their tenant, right? And that's a challenge. And if this commission is willing to, consider something that would potentially create a paying tenant for you and basically give you a bigger variance, and I don't know, that you'd have to come back to us with that, but, I don't want to get rid of the building if we can help it.
Or the business.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
In many cases,
I mean business.
In many cases, when these deals happen on commercial property, there's requirements that you cannot talk to tenants.
Right.
So there's kind of a, secrecy to it and confidentiality that you can't reach out to people and let them know what's going on. Obviously, everybody knows, we have the option for variances in the future.
But I agree that denial or deferral might be the same as a denial, right? Is not the better option here. But I think that it's pretty clear what I don't know if we have a consensus, but our general thoughts are here. And there may be an opportunity for you here to do something even more than what you're trying to do. And so please consider that.
I'd like to say something.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I'd like to just point out, I guess, the difficulty that we face here with a lot of community opposition, the community that's directly affected by it. We're worsening the issue that the free clinic is trying to solve, right? We're removing generational wealth that's been passed down in a community from those shop owners. We're also worsening a food desert and making people more reliant on the free food that is going to be offered. I think there is inherently kind of an irony here that's a little hard to overlook. And I would be much more willing to consider, parking variances, right, over the harm that this is going to inflict upon the immediate community. And it's going to be significant. It's going to be a significant loss. I'm quite familiar with the area. And I have, myself been to Mayor's, and so I'm, sensitive to this. I just want to make that statement.
I agree with that 100%.
So you said that you're in your due diligence period right now. How long does that last till?
We said less than 30 days.
How long are due diligence?
You have less than 30 days?
May 23rd. May 23rd.
Less than 30 days.
Is when it ends. I didn't know.
That's not it's not uncommon, right? Because during the due diligence, they're taking all the way through the site planning process.
And it has actually been extended for us once by the owners to accommodate this process. So we were.
The application would have been submitted almost 2 months ago. So they've been
Right.
at this for a while.
Well, the other thing I want to point out, too, is that apropos of your comment, Commissioner Flint, that anybody could come in here, and if they met all the code, there's 11 conditions, specific conditions to this, where you're getting more landscaping, you're getting more fencing, et cetera, et cetera. So I agree. I would hate to pass this opportunity up, and I'm counting on the applicant to work this out as best they can. And I agree fully that I would support a parking variance in a heartbeat.
We would be open to a parking variance.
I'm going to, Chair, if you think you're ready,
Yeah, the last thing I'll do is just to say, because we've asked questions indirectly, but you do not want to defer.
I do not want to defer.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, please.
I have a question, actually. Are we only approving the special exception for use, or are we also approving the site plan?
But there's modifications allowed in the code. And like I said, depending on what that is, it might just be a streamline approval, public notice only. You know, if it, say they kept the building, but we'd have to analyze the numbers.
Can we add a condition that applicant will make good faith efforts to retain the restaurant? Is that not legal?
No,
I just don't think it's an
it's unenforceable, and just like we can't.
Kind of a feel-good thing, but not enforceable.
I think we've seen this, I think by the conversation that we've had, this is
Yeah.
what we can do.
Yeah.
I'm clear on the interest and support of the commission, the community, and our mission as an organization. And again, I just want to note that we don't bulldoze over partners and businesses. We thought we followed the right process and right steps and also preserved the confidentiality required in parts of the process. And when I realized, as soon as I realized maybe that wasn't the case, I took immediate steps to communicate. So that said, I'm clear on where everybody stands in this. And certainly, you know, we've been a good faith partner in the community for decades and would do nothing less than continue our commitment to being a good faith community partner.
I move approval of a special exception related site plan to convert an existing commercial building into a supply pantry, which is a social service use, subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Blatt,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Lemons,
Yes.
Reali,
Yes.
Madelo,
Yes.
Lynn.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Without you coming here, the discussion that just happened, which I am very hopeful will benefit you all, wouldn't have occurred. So we really appreciate your attendance. With that, we are adjourned.
So, Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I've worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate. Everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
It's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations, and we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And I also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area, and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran sunken gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the resident. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
they're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, we were able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children. This is the place for them, and they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
Seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now, but also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Clerk, could we please do a roll call?
Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard. Harding. Hanowitz.
Here.
Okay, today we will have our invocation given by our very own Councilmember Gina Driscoll, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Lord, we stand here before you today full of thanks and praise for this beautiful day and for all that you have given to us here on earth. We humbly ask for your blessing upon our city and its residents so that the sun can continue to shine on all, reflecting the inclusive light of your love that touches each and every one of us as we are all created by you. Today in these chambers, guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness and cooperation as we conduct the business of our great city. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities so that we may serve you through our service to others. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Councilmember Driscoll, thank you so much for that beautiful invocation. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay. Council members, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any comment on the consent agenda?
No cars, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed on the open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once, during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you'll be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do not have any speakers in the chamber.
And no Zoom speakers.
Okay. No speakers for open forum. Then we will move right into F1, a resolution approving a reinstatement and Second Amendment to the agreement for Autonomy LLC. And I think we have Celeste Davis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Celeste Davis, Director of Arts, Culture, and Tourism. Thank you, Council Chair Gertis and members of City Council. I have a report on the extension request for the Sunshine City Mosaic. So the timeline is August 16th. The Public Arts Commission approved the selection of the Sunshine City Mosaic to be designed, fabricated, and installed by Autonomy, which include Laura Spencer, Alex Kaufman, and George Retkish at Sunset Park, located at 7400 Central Avenue, St. Pete. On April 12th, City Council approved the $50,000 agreement with Autonomy to install the Sunshine City Mosaic. And there you can see how it fits into the park. On May 23rd, City pours the concrete sidewalk in preparation of the mosaic installation. On December 20th, 2023, Autonomy asked for and was granted a 90-day extension to complete the work and submitted all required documents. On June 10th, Council approved an amendment to the agreement that extended the term of the agreement for an additional 8 months and 15 days. On March 6th, Council approved a second amendment for completion by May 1st. March 11th, Autonomy notified the Department of Arts, Culture, and Tourism that they cannot agree to the current completion timeline approved by City Council. They will need additional time to complete the Sunshine City Mosaic. Here I have just done a compressed timeline to show all of the actions that have been taken so far, and to also show how we got to the May 15th request for the Second Amendment to the Autonomy Agreement. Here is a video that will show the process that Autonomy is using to create the mosaic. I might ask the clerk for a little support. How do I get the video?
Stop pushing the button. I think it's working, Ms. Davis.
Okay.
Okay. It was a time lapse that illustrated the process and the detail that was required to complete the mosaic. I have with me the members of Autonomy that will also talk about the process and the timeline.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Laura Spencer. I'm an artist here in the city of St. Pete, born and raised, and I am the designer and project manager for the Sunshine City Mosaic.
I'm Alex Kaufman. I'm also an artist in St. Petersburg. I'm part of the team as well.
Hello, my name is George Redcash, third member of the team here for the Sunshine City Mosaic.
With the three of us, we are three emerging artists that really love the city and have been working on this project since August of 2022. As three emerging artists, we all work full-time jobs in the art sectors here in the city of St. Pete. Both George and Alex are employed at MGA Sculpture Studios. I'm a full-time freelance artist, currently on leave from a mural project as we speak, in fact. So today we present our project to you for review and approval of our extension. As of right now, we have one final section of the 172-foot-long mosaic ready for assembly and ready for installation starting June 1st. This project comprises over 800 square feet and 15,000 individual pieces of tile. So needless to say, as three emerging artists, it's a project that has been quite large and quite ambitious. But we are so excited to share this love letter with the city of St. Pete.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
At this time, Chair, we'd like to ask for a deferral, thank you, to address the installation of the piece and to adjust the language in the agreement so that we will not have to come back again to have it reassessed.
Okay. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for this, bringing this item forward. And thank you to the artists who have remained committed to this project through what appears to be some ups and downs. I know that often, especially when you're doing a larger project, it is difficult to anticipate the time and also the challenges that may arise. Well, I guess first, could I ask why it's being requested that we defer this item?
The agreement states that by May 15th, all sections have to be completed, but after looking that just cannot happen by the 15th. There's a section that has to be completed on site.
Okay.
There is, so in the agreement, it's in two parts. There's a section that has to be, all sections have to be completed, and then the second part is for installation. The agreement has been signed, but as we went over it, there are some tiles that need to be actually installed on site.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to figure out, because we've got this today, and I'm just a little confused because usually when an item is deferred, that's brought up before the city council meeting starts and it's discussed. So I might be missing something.
I decided to keep this item on the agenda because of being in my district and wanting the update, and two, frankly, I wanted to hear the report and share some of my frustration. And that's why I kept it on, council member. So I'm sorry I didn't say that at the beginning.
No, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. So now that part makes sense. The other question I have actually is for the artists, if we could have them come back up. And first, thanks for all you do in your incredible contributions to our city through your work. You know, I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Yeah. These are a lot, it's a lot of extensions. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity to share whatever you'd like about what has brought us to this point.
Absolutely. So this project is a combination of all of our collective time as well as the exclusive use of a very specific piece of equipment. And that equipment is a water jet, which is owned by MGA Sculpture Studio. So to give you a little background on the project, we're designing this large-scale mosaic. Those pieces are then sent to the water jet and specifically cut out of the tile. You can imagine this similar to working on a stained glass project. That being said, this water jet is owned by MGA Sculpture Studios, and so our access is limited to after MGA's work hours and as long as the equipment is functional. In our very extensive timeline that is in our spec pack, you can see there are some grayed out dates, and those dates are when the water jet simply was down, when MGA wasn't cutting and we weren't able to cut as well. So that put a significant hindrance on the process. And then of course our two hurricanes caused quite a bit of ruckus. All three of us had very intense individual needs to help our families recover as well. Do you want to speak a little bit more to that, Alex?
You know, we do also understand that every time we ask for an extension, it is asking for a lot. And I think truly we were optimistic with the timeline if we just push a little harder and a little faster. And the reality, we're very close. We're practically done with it now. Very minimal left. So 15,000 pieces is just, it happens to be a lot. And because this is, you know, a big project for us and it's in the city we live in, and we definitely want to promote it as well as we can, just didn't want to skimp on quality. So time is where you have to pull from because, you know, it's a very specialty process. We developed this process from scratch. I reached out to a lot of, you know, other public art mosaic people that do this, and no one does it like this. So, you know, like you alluded to before, there's ups and downs with the projects, and you know, we wanted to get it done, and we wanted it to be the best quality possible, and that is what we're bringing, and yeah. I guess I'm kind of trailing off.
Yeah. Please.
Thank you very much. Another thing to note is we are, at least the two of us, like Laura mentioned before, employed full-time at the Sculpture Studio, where we're putting anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week into the studio's projects, and then somehow manage to do an additional 10, 20, 30 hours a week on the mosaic. Throughout the course of the last year to year and a half, we've been diligently moving forward on the project. And like Alex alluded to just previously, we are basically 98% cut, assembled, and ready for install. As Celeste alluded to just before as well, with the stipulation of the on-site installation, because of the length of the sidewalk and the scope of the project, and needing to get everything done and ready beforehand and get it all ready for install, we can do basically all of it except for two tiny little slivers. So when the previous agreement amendment came back to us early May, I think was when, and we saw that May 15th deadline to wrap the fabrication portion of the project. We knew we would be really close, but we felt like we just quite couldn't hit it. So then when we spoke some more, it came up to have the fabrication completed and ready for install by May 31st, and then with the installation to be fully complete by July 31st. The three of us feel very strongly that that's 100% doable. We're basically ready to begin install now. There is, like we mentioned, the sidewalk has the two long portions and then the little center medallion. And just by the nature of the mosaic process and the length of everything, we have to leave out just a very small sections on either side of the center medallion so that we can physically lay all of the rest of the tile, including the center, and then based on as-built real dimensions, once everything's in place, have a handful of pieces to cut afterwards so we can make sure everything fits correctly. There's no way, I'm all open ears if we can, have a different way to install those last portions, but, over the length of, say 90 feet or so on either side, small adjustments would just be impossible to predict ahead of time. So we need to lay 99% of the piece in place and then take some measurements based on the gaps that exist so we can cut the remaining pieces and get all that squared away. So again, we all feel very strongly by July 31st, which is the most recent agreement, that's 100% doable. The main stipulation was the May 15th thing that was the reason we were not able to sign the most recent agreement.
Okay, thank you. Your detailed explanation gives us an inside look at just how complicated a project like this is. And I applaud you for really stretching yourselves as artists to do something that's a little different. And I understand that when you have that piece of equipment, that water jet, I get that because Mark needs it too, Walt Disney once said that anything worth doing is worth doing well. Sometimes that takes more time than what you planned. And so, I support this because I do understand the reality of the project and the challenges that it can pose. At the same time, I'm really anxious to celebrate the completion.
So are we.
And I look forward to that. I do wonder, because we're getting into summer, we're getting into rainy season, and so I do wonder if there's some merit to looking at this to ensure that this is the last extension. How do you feel about if we were to approve this today? How confident do you feel about completion by that date, given given Mother Nature is going to do what she wants to do?
For sure. Given our Florida weather, we have definitely considered this heavily, and the three of us have already discussed our installation process. The installation process, we should be laying all the thin-set tile, all 64 sections with thin-set in place, and then we will have two teams of grouters come in and help to grout the mosaic as we're going. So simultaneously, we will be laying, then grouting. We'll lay that center section. Before we're even done grouting, Alex will have already cut these pieces that we need to place in situ. So the entire project should be moving in a flawless manner over the course of 3 to 5 weeks. So ideally, we think we should have it wrapped up in about 5 weeks, but that's why the generous extension to July 31st is helpful to us, because again, if it rains, that puts a damper, quite literally, on our ability to install it in place, right? You have to consider this is similar to any sort of construction project. If you were to lay tile in your backyard or in your home, it is contingent on the weather and the surface preparation. So the sidewalk is ready and good to go. We just need to make sure we don't get hit with one of those 5 o'clock torrential Florida downpours, as it were.
Right. And is all of the water jet work completed at this point, or?
All but what we need to wait until.
So we have one final section that is in the process of being cut right now. We've divided up the entire project into 9 different sections. We are on our 9th center medallion section right now. This is being cut as we speak, and by the May 31st, we will have it all assembled and ready for installation June 1st.
Okay, so there's no issue with that part at this point. You've confirmed.
If there is a catastrophic issue, that's again something that knock on wood as much as we can. But we are full steam ahead. George is actually the kind of mechanic of the water jet, so that's his baby. It's his project. It's the heavy cross to bear that he has to carry. But she's in good shape. She's purring, and we're in a good spot for cutting. So we feel thoroughly confident that we'll be able to hit our July 31st deadline.
100%.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. Given this, I don't really see a need for deferral, but I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's my understanding that if we reinstate this agreement as of today, they would be in default of the agreement because they have to have begun installation as of today. That's why they need to change the date. They need to change they need to amend the original agreement to bring the installation dates back to us. Because otherwise, they'd have to leave here and go start installation.
And finish today.
That's why
I get
my
it
recommendation
now.
was to defer.
I hadn't thought about that part.
Yeah, the completion date in the reinstated agreement is what they want. The problem is if we gave them this along with the reinstatement, they'd be in default as of today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
this gives administration the opportunity to bring the whole thing back to us with the new installation date along with the July 31st completion deadline.
And in the
Am I saying
meantime, the
anything
work
out of
can.
turn there, Celeste or James?
If I may, James Corbett, City Development Administrator, thank you for the opportunity to bring this before you. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to show the time lapse. I think you all can probably appreciate the intricacy of all the tiles that have to be cut and put into this. But one other issue, and I'm looking at Councilmember Hanowitz because what's in the contract is important. We want to modify the language as it relates to the May 31st date because as it states currently, even in this restated, and I apologize for the manner in which this came about. This was brought to my attention today. Obviously, this is not the way that we would like to do things, but the way that under the design and fabrication, it says that all pieces would be designed and fabricated by May 31st, and we just heard that that is not the case. So we need to reword the language to make it clear that all pieces, with the exception of these few pieces that have to be done once they're on site, and look at the as-built condition. So I want to make sure that the language in the agreement reflects what actually will happen. As far as the completion date, the July 31st, we actually gave 30 days more than what we were told they felt like they needed. So I think we're good there, but as has been mentioned before, we want to make sure, one, the agreement reads exactly like what's going to happen, but also that we can eliminate or avoid any possibility of having to bring this back. When we bring it back, we want it to be the final time, and the last time we talk about it is when we're all there looking at it being revealed. So part of it is just we need to make the legal language match what's actually going to happen.
Okay.
You good there?
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm just going to say, whoever discovered this or brought it up, last minute is never fun. And it is not fun for us because someone else's emergency becomes our emergency and we're stuck with this. I'm also looking at, if you're bringing it back, our next city council meeting is June 5th. And I wanted to make sure that that is going to allow for continuation of work, that's not going to present its own challenge because that's a few weeks away. And what happens in the meantime, and that could be a question for the city attorney's office.
So right now the current agreement's terminated by virtue of the term ending in January. Now performance is still continuing, so the way that the case law works on that is that we're still even though that agreement technically terminated, so long as the parties continue to perform, we're still under the same terms and conditions of that initial agreement. So there is, as I understand, a desire for that performance to continue. I think a subsequent amendment can be prepared that memorializes the parties' intent for the deadline to be extended until what the parties have agreed to between the city and our autonomy, and so that what will be presented in June encapsulates the new term and understanding that the parties have been performing in the absence of an agreement between January and that June date, and so that we have contract documents that provide a totality of terms for performance to date and through the end of performance.
Okay.
I apologize if that was belated, but please let me know if that doesn't answer your question.
Well, I think I followed, and I understand. All right. Thank you. This is such a beautiful project. I mean, I can't wait to see it when it's finished. So let's finish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. And I think first of all, I am extremely confused because I was reading the resolution and I'm trying to figure out, we had the grand scheme of the project when we went into agreement the first time, right? Correct. Nothing has been added?
No.
Okay. So we knew what we were in for when we signed on with the original date, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we made another extension.
There was a 90-day extension within the original agreement that our autonomy exercised.
Okay. So, and I keep hearing May 15th, May 15th. Where is this May 15th coming from?
The May 15th date is because it's May 31st that we are proposing. Ben, can you answer the May 15th date?
I can't speak to a May 15th date. The operative date that I'm aware of is May 31st.
That's what I'm looking at. I keep hearing May 15th. What is May 15th? Okay, because I kept looking. I was like, I don't see a May 15th and what the relevance of May 15th is.
I think the artist might have referenced May 15th as when they felt that they would complete that last section. I see it on your notes.
Okay, so talk to me about the $50,000. How is that working?
Autonomy has received $40,000, $20,000 to initiate the agreement, and then $20,000 once the design was finalized. So what's outstanding is $10,000.
Okay. So I don't mind granting the extension. First of all, let me be clear with that. But what I do mind is the process. In that setting precedent, so I hope that we remember this when other artists or other things come to play, that we'll provide the same grace. We're going to have to. If we are sidestepping our own documents, that says something to me, and I'm not sure when we found out what, but what if they don't finish by July 31st?
I'll defer.
I mean, it would be in default of the agreement. Well, part of what I'm proposing is, as we make this change to the language related to the fabrication, we want to make sure that we're completely clear and in agreement with the artist that the July 31st is the absolute latest. If we feel like that needs to be adjusted to ensure that we eliminate the possibility of having to come back and ask for another amendment, then I will take that in consideration, and quite frankly, with the comments that were made concerning rain and other things, I think it would be prudent for us to go ahead and adjust that date before we come back.
Yeah, because I wouldn't approve another extension. I wouldn't
Understood.
support that. So my thing is, I agree with the extension, not a problem with that. And we've already paid money up front, but we knew what we were in for. I heard a lot of certainty, uncertainty. We're barring the weather, barring the rain, if we've already added those possibilities in that date of July 31st, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so there will be no need for us to come back after July 31st.
There should not be, but I think that it would be wise for us to adjust the date before we come back to beyond July 31st. The original date, I think the artists would agree that they were maybe very optimistic on the fact that things would go all as planned, and they maybe didn't anticipate the machinery not working and other factors because it is such an involved process, which is why I think the time-lapse video would really kind of help you understand how involved it is. But from the original agreement, I think that the artist believed that they would be able to make that date. Clearly, it was a overly optimistic goal, and my plan before we come back is to bring forward something that can realistically be done with no additional extensions. I would agree that I also have no desire to bring additional amendments to this, and we would love to see the artwork complete.
Okay, so when you come back, what date are you looking to take it past July 31st? Do you have an estimate?
I don't want to just say something right now. I'd like to talk it through with the artist to make sure that we account for any.
So is there any stipulation at the date that we approve on, bringing it back, if it doesn't make it, that they not get the remainder of the funds? How does that work?
Well, they can only get the funds if they complete the project. So if the project is not completed, they won't get the final payment.
Okay. All right. I was just looking at all of the extensions and was just wondering about the precedents we're setting, and I just want us to remain mindful that this is something that we're setting a precedence about, because I do understand changes. Things happen. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. Well, I had the one person that had pressed the button, and then you said you're going to defer, which was the right call, because this isn't ready. And so one-on-ones would have probably been good on this for future reference to kind of give council an idea of what's happening. And that may have helped kind of clear up some of the questions you had here. I know I asked we should have had the contracts from the get-go. You guys took care of that and you provided us the contract, so that way we understand what's going on. But I do want to say to the artists, you cannot wait till the last minute when there is a date in a contract and you want to ask for extension. You do not ask for extension on if it's 60 days, if it's 90 days. You don't do it on the 90. You just don't. Neither here nor anywhere. Whatever other contract you're signing, you just never do that, because you cannot guarantee that you're going to get that extension. And you don't have time then to do the things you need to. So it's wise to go back, figure out exactly how much time you're going to need, including the contingency time, and bring us an agreement that we can all agree on without any further extensions, because you've had ample time to do this. And the problem that you have is when you're asking for extensions after the fact, the other party loses faith as to what's happening. And we want to have faith that you're going to get it done. And that's the problem. There has to be communication, and everyone has to be on the same page. So that's just my 2 cents. I think we've spoken enough about this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, just quickly, first, James brought this to me and offered to totally take it off the agenda. I wanted to keep it, and so please, some of the confusion is definitely on me, because I wanted the opportunity to hear this and to speak with the artist. I did have a meeting set with them, and then I ended up having 103 fever and couldn't go. So part of this is certainly on me with some of the confusion and deferring. So please grant me some grace there, because this is an important project, I think, generally and very, very specifically to District 1. So any grace you're willing to give, please do. So I totally agree with both Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Hanowitz. This is an awesome project, and I'm so pumped to have this in District 1. We do not have anything like this, and it drives me bonkers to drive by it and see a bare sidewalk in the middle of a park, knowing that we've been waiting for this. And so I know it drives you nuts too. And I know that things happen. But when I look at this timetable, and this was the frustrating part to me, and I know it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of backup. There was almost 3.5 months where essentially no water jet could be usable. Then you add another month, 1 month later. You know, I know that everybody has different things, and, you know, but it's like team not available, out of town. Like when it's late, that's very frustrating to me. I get that you have jobs. Trust me, I get it. I have two. I totally understand it. But also, I struggle, and this is back to Council or Vice Chair Hanowitz. You made a commitment. We have to stick to the commitment. So this has been frustrating for me. Now, I want to make sure that you can complete it. I'm super excited. Nobody will be smiling larger than me when we reveal this thing in District 1. And so please do not let my frustration downplay how excited I am and the work that you've done, and it's beautiful, and all of those things. I would echo everything Councilmember Driscoll said, except like we have to be better than this. And so I know I learned some lessons here, and so hopefully we all did. So I thank you. Let's get the dates right. I have full faith that we're gonna put a new agreement in place, and let's get this thing done. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Something came to mind for me. Sure, my colleagues have already expressed frustration and excitement. The one thing I'll say about that is Mosaic's one of my favorite art forms, so I'm excited a lot for that reason, and I love the park that it's going in. But yeah, I have the same frustration. I want to see it get across the finish line. But actually, I wanted to bring up, and I'm probably going to do a poor job of asking this because I can't remember the terminology, but this is not a normal public arts project, correct? Like there's uniqueness here in that it wasn't associated with the Public Works and it was specifically for local artists, or am I misremembering?
So it's my understanding that the committee wanted to use local artists and emerging artists.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then what was the funding mechanism for it? Was it associated with a Public Works project?
The funds came out, were taken from the 1901, the Public Arts Fund.
Yeah, was it associated with a specific Public Works project, though? Because that's often how it goes down.
No, nothing in my research showed that it was directly related to a specific Public Works project.
Okay. So, those two things are unique. And I want to see us do more. We've had discussions about this. I want to see us give more opportunities to local artists. I want to see us look to put art in places that aren't necessarily associated with the Public Works project. It's one of the reasons why I brought up tweaking the ordinance, and which we're working on. Since we're in the sunshine, we had some delays because there was some state preemption we were worried about over the legislative session. Yeah, sorry, lost that word for a second. Although that's wrapped up now, so we're going to get back to it, and hopefully we'll see it soon. Anyway, okay, I just couldn't remember how unique this was, because what I want to see is us move in a direction where we do more like things that focus on local artists and focus on art outside of Public Works projects. And I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing structural here going on with the way that we went about it. But it sounds to me like, it's just a unique situation for this piece. And now that I feel comfortable knowing that that's the case, so I'm not concerned about having to reassess anything in the future. I think we're on the right path. So thank you for answering those questions. Just wanted to make sure I had my head wrapped around it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, legal, do we need to have a specific date on the deferral, or can just defer until administration is ready to bring it back?
Either one. So you can, based on your manual, you can establish a date certain, or it can be to defer it until after a certain thing has occurred, which could be administration concludes their discussions with the artist and prepares the necessary amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Can you commit to June 5th?
We just need to talk to the artists, make sure we get the right dates, maybe we have the right language, we can have it back.
Because we are talking about time, so It sounds like there's not a whole lot to discuss, and this is a few weeks away. But I'd like to have some certainty as to when we'll be able to get this brought back to us. So I would really like it if we could establish June 5th as the return date.
Yes, based on what's left to do, the conversations that need to be had, I'm confident that we can have this back by June 5th.
That's great. Thank you. I'll make a motion to defer this item F1, to the June 5th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Just quickly, again, council members, thank you for your grace. Administration, same to you. Thanks for putting up with me. And, I had a learning experience today, too. All right, no other council members wishing to speak. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Harding. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to defer agenda item F1 to the June 5th council meeting passes unanimously with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, we're going to move on to F2, a resolution authorizing the mayor to consent and approve the sale of the Portland Apartments. And I think we've got Mark Van Loo joining us. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair, council members. Here today to request approval of the sale of the Portland Apartment project. Have a brief presentation here for you. Just looking at the timeline of the sale, we received notice on February 10th of this year of the intent of the current owner to sell the Portland Apartments. Portland is a 68-unit affordable apartment property located in downtown St. Pete. I've got some more information on that in a moment. And the units are a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom and are restricted to tenants earning 60% or less of area median income. 7 of those units are restricted to 35% or below. The buyer, proposed buyer for this project is Sunrise Affordable Housing Group. They specialize in acquisition, rehabilitation, and management of affordable housing multifamily projects. They have experience with LIHTC projects, low-income housing tax credit projects, Section 8 contracts, project-based vouchers, and other affordable components designed for both families and seniors. When this deal closes, this would be their 4th affordable housing deal in Florida and the 2nd in Pinellas County. The terms of this sale, Sunrise is currently under contract to acquire the Portland in partnership with Pinellas County Housing Authority, whereby the Housing Authority will acquire the land fee simple and will ground lease the project back to Sunrise on a 99-year term. And the Pinellas County Housing Authority will also operate as the management agent and provide resident services to the tenants. The business plan that Sunrise has is to hold the property as is, and within the next few years, pursue a resyndication of the LIHTC tax credits through tax-exempt bonds and likely through tax-exempt bonds and 4% tax credits, and then initiate a substantial rehabilitation of the property to preserve and extend its useful life and to extend the affordability restrictions. And Sunrise is funding the purchase, the $8 million purchase, with equity from its balance sheet. A new senior loan plans to assume the existing subordinate loans from the City of St. Pete, and all loans given the ground lease will be leasehold mortgage. Brief timeline, the project was initiated in 2009 when the initial agreement was signed with the city. The project completed construction, I believe, in 2011 and went online. In 2018 was the first sale of the property to the current owner. In 2020, there was a transfer of membership interest, so the current ownership entity transferred principal membership interest, and that was approved by council in 2020, and that brings us to the current sale here in 2025. If you're not familiar, the project is on 3rd Avenue North, just northwest of Mirror Lake at 8th Street North. And, oops, and this is a street level view of the building. So as associated with this sale, the buyer requests the assignment by current owner and assumption by the buyer of the city's SHIP and LHAF loans, approval of the transaction that's required by the Workforce Housing Bonus Density and Intensity Agreement dated in 2009, the assignment by current owner of, and the assumption by buyer of the workforce housing bonus density and intensity agreement, the assignment by current owner and assumption by buyer of that certain declaration of restrictions that was signed and recorded in 2010, the subordination of the declaration of restrictions, workforce housing bonus density intensity agreement, and the SHIP and LHAF loans to the first mortgage lender. The buyer is attempting to assume the loan from that exists with the primary lender, but if that does not go through, then they will bring in new primary financing and extend the maturity dates of the SHIP and LHAF loans from August 1st of 2045 to August 1st of 2070. And administration recommends approval. I'm available for questions, and we also have representatives from both the current owner and the prospective buyer of the project, should they be needed for answering any questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mark, for the presentation. So are the attorneys here? Good. I would like to ask you some questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. My name is Haley Sawyer. I'm with Stearns Weaver Law Firm, and we represent the buyer, Sunrise Affordable.
Thank you. And so in looking at this, so there are a lot of assignments, but then you get to the subordination portion of it. So the subordination is not just the right of repayment, obviously. It's covenants that have to do with other issues, affordability, and so on and so forth. So explain to me, I guess, why does affordability have to be knocked out if there is a potential foreclosure? Why would that be a requirement?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify the intent here. The intent isn't to wipe out the affordable restrictions. Sunrise is acquiring the project. As discussed in the presentation, they plan to do a tax credit resyndication down the road in a couple years. And as part of that, actually, additional affordable restrictions will be placed on the property. Regarding the subordination component, I think there's a few different elements here. So one, we have the subordination of the city's current mortgage. And then two, we have two different restrictions that are in favor of the city affecting the property. The first being the declaration of restrictions that was recorded and required in connection with the SHIP and LHAF loans, and the second being this density workforce housing agreement. With regard to the first, the declaration of restrictions, I want to highlight that the city entered a subordination agreement with the seller's current lender, I think in 2020, pursuant to which the city agreed to subordinate that declaration of restrictions. And additionally, that declaration of restrictions was amended, and in that amendment, there's language expressly providing the city consents to the subordination of that agreement to a new first mortgage. Separately, I want to address the workforce housing density agreement, and I want to note that further conversations have been had with buyer's lender here, which is Key Bank, and as well as with city, specifically the city attorney, Isabella Sobel. And the main concern for Key Bank with the subordination, well, actually with the workforce density agreement, is that there's language in there providing that the property cannot be transferred without the city's consent. So here, Key Bank is fine with the affordability restrictions remaining in place, but what they need some help from the city with is this provision restricting transfer of the property in the event of a foreclosure.
Okay. So now I turn to other attorneys. So Isabella, she made a couple of points as to the density workforce agreement and the declaration of restrictions and some of the issues that have arisen because they're there in terms of the bank. So what is our position regarding that? And the fact that we agreed to some of that subordinate those declaration of restrictions previously. I want to hear about that, and I want to hear about the workforce part.
Hello, good afternoon. Isabella Sobel, Assistant City Attorney. What Ms. Sawyer did, her summary is correct. I will say that the city has never explicitly subordinated any workforce bonus intensity agreement pursuant to Article V, Chapter 17.5 of our code. Speaking to some of Haley's points regarding the lender's issues with the transfer issues, I will say this was something that came up very last minute, and we looked at our code, and in our code it requires city approval, administrative approval of any transfer of title of a property that is subject to our workforce housing bonus density intensity agreement. So that is something to keep in mind, that we're bound by our code as it is written today. So we're not able to provide flexibility on that. I think that it is possible to contract in a way that we could still abide by our code, but that is the situation that we're in at this time.
Okay. Because when I look at this and I see these subordinations, and the most important thing, obviously, if you're in the affordable housing space, is to get affordability and all these things in place. I understand there are times that they may have to foreclose something and you give up, you subordinate your right of repayment. There are all these things, but everyone that goes into this space understands this. And so I want to make sure that we're not doing anything that puts those things at risk. I mean, there were basically bargains that were made. That's why they got the density, the workforce, bonuses, and all these things. And now we are subordinating kind of everything we got. And I don't want that to disappear.
Yes, I completely understand the concern. And I think the main point here, and what we're asking for now, and what we've gotten our lender comfortable with, is entering in some sort of agreement between the city and the lender, by which, in the event of foreclosure, which hopefully doesn't happen, but in the event it does, and KeyBank needs to take title to the property, those workforce housing units remain as workforce housing units, but they need the ability to take title to the property. That's the security of their loan, right? Okay. So I think we have a collective goal and understanding, and
you've come to an agreement. No, I understand, but there is a little heartburn when it comes to this, and so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, and obviously legal's on the same page on this, but this is not typical for us, is my understanding.
Not with the density bonus agreement, that's correct.
Right. So this is not typically what we do in terms of this. So I just wanted to put that on the record and get your statements on the record in terms of what we can expect to happen with that.
Yeah, and to that point, in theory, if they did foreclose and that workforce housing bonus was wiped, they would actually be in violation of the zoning code, because that agreement is what allowed the increased density at the property. So the lender's not even incentivized to wipe it out. I think, I just want to highlight that point to it too.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Legal, do you have anything to say on that point?
I mean, on its face, that's correct, but there would probably be some arguments that it's a legal nonconformity or grandfathered use at that point, and I don't know how we'd go about lopping off a couple floors to get it back into compliance. That's an uphill battle from our standpoint as the city in enforcing that.
Right. Nobody wants to be there.
Nobody wants to be there.
That's right. Okay. Well, if legal's good with this, I'm fine with it, but I wanted to make sure that we all knew where we were and got certain things on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I guess kind of going off of that, sales of affordable housing complexes, we had discussions, I don't know, a year or two ago about them being done administratively. So I was going to ask, like, what was so unique about this, because I was struggling to wrap my head around it. But we had that discussion a little bit. But it did look like, Mr. Van Loo, you were approaching the microphone, so I would love to hear your thoughts on all of this as well.
Sure. I just wanted to make clear that while I realize there are bigger things at play here, we need to get an understanding of what is the city's policy and procedure when it comes to the sale of properties and when it comes to the subordination, especially of restrictions. This case is mitigated quite a bit by the structure of the deal and the fact that the housing authority is going to own the property and ground lease it to the buyer for 99 years. Obviously, the housing authority's mission and reason to exist is to provide affordable housing, and it's their intention to provide that affordability over that 99-year period, which is longer than the current restrictions would provide. In addition, the workforce housing density bonus agreement that's in place provides for 30 years of affordability, but it allows for affordability up to 150% of AMI. And what's proposed here is a much deeper affordability over that much longer time period. So I do think in this particular case, those things are mitigated by all of that. But I do agree that we need to understand going forward how to look at these deals and how to structure these deals and where we don't have wiggle room.
Great.
So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, that is helpful, and I appreciate it. Yeah, you bring me some comfort knowing specifically around the housing authority being involved. I only had one other thing. There was a point that you had, a bullet point that you had bolded about the maturation of the ship loan and the other loan, and I just wondered if you could speak to that. You seem to have highlighted it.
Yeah, so currently those loans are actually loans that are being repaid.
Mm-hmm.
The ownership of the Portland over the years has been great at making those payments. They've paid down a significant portion of that debt. That debt would have gone through, was 2045, I believe I had on there.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the buyer is asking for those loans to be extended, the maturity dates to be extended to align with the new financing for the deal, so that it works better when they do the resyndication of the tax credits in a few years. So they would like to extend that to August 1st of 2070. What it'll mean for the city is the remainder of those funds will take longer to be paid back, but it will be paid back well before the 99-year affordability period would be up, and our other terms that maintain affordability on the project. So while it will mean we'll get paid back a little bit slower, it isn't going to negatively impact anything in terms of restrictions or anything.
And those are no interest loans, I think.
Yes.
Okay. But I'm assuming the position is that allowing that as part of this overall agreement, fine, because we are, there's other benefits here that we're going to receive. Okay. Yeah, I see you shaking your head. Yes.
I would agree.
Nodding your head. Yes. All right. Cool. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thanks.
Council members, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Well, Chair?
Yeah, sorry.
If I may?
Yes.
Sorry to interject. I do believe that there is a potential here for the city to gain additional protections with respect to the affordability period not being subordinated. The affordability period that's in the workforce housing density bonus agreement only. So it was kind of brought up by the attorney earlier, and I think that, if you wanted to explore that, we'd be happy to have that discussion with you now.
Okay. I mean, I think any time we could not subordinate that, I think we'd like that to be a part of the discussion. Is that?
Yeah, so a couple, just
options.
procedurally, a couple options on how to do that. You could hold off on voting and vote later in the meeting on this item. Gives us an opportunity to confer with the attorney and potentially give you some specific different language in the resolution or elsewhere. You could authorize our office you could approve it as is, authorize our office to have subsequent discussions, make any changes that improve the city's position. Either way you want to do it. If you want the specifics, considering the public hearings, don't start until 5. If you wanted to hold off and let us have that discussion, if you wanted specific language or an answer, we can do it today. Or you just tell us, go forth and conquer, as long as it improves the agreement to do it, whatever you want.
Council members, I certainly take your feedback. Obviously, I trust our legal department to move forward in the city's best interest, so voting on it and giving them to do that, or if you want to bring it back later. Councilmember, or Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Well, I think if we have the attorneys here now and they can wrap it up, that's probably going to be better for all of us. So I don't see what the big deal is for us to kind of defer the vote on this, because what happens is then they go and things don't work out the way you think they're going to work out, and at least we're all here. So maybe we can defer it a little later.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. And thank you for that, Jackie. So basically, I'm in agreement that I think you all have our best interests because you've heard our concerns. So if we vote on it today, you would still have additional conversation to bring back to us in these regards, or?
There's all different ways to do it. It could just be that it doesn't come back, that provided anything that we do is improving the city's position, that you're just approving it as is and then authorizing us to do that. I'd say, if you ask me what typically has happened in a situation like this in the past, where we have the time like we have now, like Councilmember Hanowitz said, we try to hammer it out, report back. You don't need to take, we can just pick this back up. It's not like you have to technically defer it until later in the agenda. It could be a move on for now, take up other business, and give us that window to see what we can do.
Okay. All right.
I support that.
All right. Well, then, why don't we do that? We'll give you time to work on that. We'll move on to F3, and we can bring F2 back later on in the meeting. Do you want to do that before public hearing or after?
We could probably, I mean, we should be able to do it before. We'll update you when you're done your other business here on how long we think it might take.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to F3, a resolution authorizing the mayor to accept a grant from Forward Pinellas. I think we have Cheryl Stacks. Cheryl, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Cheryl Stacks, Transportation and Parking Management. I'm excited to be here today to present you with this opportunity, a citywide micromobility expansion feasibility study. This planning study would allow us to really gain a deeper and more significant understanding of how micromobility programs could be expanded to provide more access to scooters and bike shares in St. Pete. The opportunity is provided with support from Forward Pinellas. They provided assistance programming in the past through their Complete Streets program, and the city has been successful in being awarded funds for both planning and construction projects. Last year, the program was repurposed and broadened in the types of planning assistance that can be provided to the local governments, but they continue to make $150,000 available in that category, as well as up to $3 million in the construction category. They opened a call for projects last fall and conducted evaluations of the applications through this spring. Recognizing the change in the program with it broadened and less focused on producing complete streets corridors, staff developed an application to address a timely need for planning assistance. We've heard previously a desire to expand our micromobility offerings outside of the downtown core. And we know that the most attractive areas to do this are often our activity centers that have destinations that people would like to visit, especially via scooters and bike shares. Coincidentally, access to activity centers was one of the key evaluation criteria that Forward Pinellas uses to consider the projects for award. So we produced the map shown on this graphic here as a part of the application. So you can see where the current micromobility service area, that's really for the bike share, and where different countywide designated activity centers are located. So you can see a little bit of overlap, but not a lot. We'd like to consider the feasibility of expansion with mindfulness of our existing regulations as well for scooters and bicycle use. The study will include a review of our existing programmed and planned infrastructure, keeping in mind the legal status of scooter users based on state and city regulations. As a reminder, the city's micromobility ordinance provides that they should only be operated on low-speed streets or in bike lanes. They're prohibited from use on sidewalks and on certain trails, including at the pier, and have forced parking requirements to only park the shared devices and dedicated micromobility corrals. Infrastructure considerations, as well as destination density, outside of the downtown core, have been key limiting factors for why we haven't expanded access previously. It's really hard for us to we really need to take a deep look at our connected network of facilities to make sure that they can accommodate trips that get people to and from where they want to go in a way that does so legally, that they can ride on the streets where they are low speed streets, where they do have bike lanes, where they do have these kinds of connections, and so that we're not putting destinations where they would be required to ride illegally. So that's a key part of why we need to look at the infrastructure when we're thinking about where do we expand micromobility access. It'll be important for us to include market considerations in our feasibility study too. Under the current license agreements with our micromobility providers, the city does not subsidize the provision of these services. In fact, the scooter operators pay the city a fee in exchange for the use of our right-of-way. So there are service areas included in the agreements with opportunities to expand by mutual agreement. However, the market has seen consolidation in recent years, and operational impacts that could increase the cost to the operators could have meaningful financial impacts that should be carefully considered when developing recommendations that would modify the service area boundaries. This could be further exacerbated if enrollment and use in the provider's access programs for low-income users is increased too. So having the providers at the table with us during the course of the study will be critical to its success. We don't want to change or interrupt too much of the business model that we have available to us, even while we expand micromobility access. Another key element of the study will be the review of our relevant city ordinance, some of which haven't been updated in a while. I went too far, sorry. I'm so excited about this, I really am. But so one key factor is the idea of updating our relevant city ordinances. Again, some of these haven't been updated in a very long time. For the bike ordinance, it was last updated in 2009. And it was really forward thinking and establishing the framework for bike share. I mean, you think we updated in 2009, but we didn't launch bike share until 2016. So it was a while for the technology to come up with our regulatory framework. So that was really forward thinking for us. But the regulations in the bike ordinance do not account for e-bikes. The micromobility ordinance adopted in 2019 is where you'll find those regulations along with a regulatory framework for scooter share. So it's worth noting too that in the legislative session earlier this year, the state passed a bill that, if signed into law as expected, would modify the definition of micromobility. So this study is a very timely in allowing us to consider the modifications in light of that change too at the state level. We have had some recent success in expanding bike share outside of the downtown core. This spring, we worked to develop new bike share hubs at certain public access points along the Pinellas Trail. We did limit that to bike share, given that bikes generally have a longer range of trip than the scooters. The average scooter trip is about 1.12 miles in length, whereas the average bike share trip is 1.8 miles in length. So it's a little bit longer, so that lets us get a little further from the core area and start serving those areas further out to the west. To date, we've seen over 50 trips at these locations since they were implemented. The top 3 locations are listed here. I think it's very notable that the second highest location, 62nd Street in the Pinellas Trail, is the second highest location, and that has 8 trips. It's pretty far west, and it's really into the neighborhood. So I feel really good that we're providing a couple of people who must really need some good access that lets them get better into the downtown core and probably to some employment or recreational activities. So we intend to continue to monitor the use of these locations, and the study will have us also consider to expand access and build upon this, both geographically and with micromobility type scooters. So the requested council action involves the execution of a funding agreement with Forward Pinellas for the study. The agreement would allow the city to accept funds in the amount of $120,000 for the study. It requires the city to use a consultant for the project whose professional services have already been procured by Forward Pinellas. It's anticipated that the funding agreement would also be presented to the Forward Pinellas board at their June meeting for their consideration and approval. The requested council action also includes execution of a professional services agreement with the consultant. Administration recommends executing the professional services agreement with Benish, one of the consultants available via Forward Pinellas. They were selected based on their experience and qualifications noted here, with considerable experience in regulatory and micromobility planning. In total, the professional services agreement would be in an amount of not to exceed $150,000, with $120,000 coming from Fort Pinellas and $30,000 in previously appropriated fiscal year 25 funding within the Transportation and Parking Management Department. Specifically, the scope of services that Benish will perform include community engagement, which will be critically important. That'll be done in the form of an open house and surveys. They'll perform an existing conditions review and an expansion feasibility analysis for up to 5 geographic areas of the city at the city's choosing. And those geographic areas aren't very limited, right? They could be as large or broad as we need them to be, as long as they kind of make sense. They'll propose recommended updates to our city regulations. They'll prepare a draft final report with an allowance to present those recommendations to a relevant city council committee. Finally, they'll provide a final report and presentation, which could include a city council presentation. It's anticipated the full study would take about 10 months to complete once a notice to proceed is provided. And there is a small allowance within the agreement that would provide funding to complete any minor relevant work that's not specified in the scope, but may be identified as a need through the course of the study. It would only be authorized if and when it's actually needed. The action requested by administration would be the approval of the resolution presented. It would have us accept the grant through the execution of a funding agreement with Fort Pinellas, execute the professional services agreement with Benish, and other related actions as provided in the resolution that allow for the citywide micromobility expansion feasibility study. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. The only question I was going to ask was on the last slide and why Chris Stonecker wasn't wearing a helmet on his bike. But we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, agenda item F3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go into our new business items. We've got G1, a referral to HERS from Councilmember Driscoll.
Oh, thank you. For this item, I'm respectfully requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Sustainability, the Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability Committee, or any other relevant committee for an engineering staff presentation on the Basin C project. I bring this up because recently we approved the purchase of the Salt Creek property through, help from our Friends with Parks and Public Works. And that project is part of the larger Basin C project. I thought it might be timely for us to do a nice review of the project because it has multiple wheels turning that all really, really improve the resilience around Lake Maggiore. With that, I move approval.
We have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into G2. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting a report to the City Council at a June or July 25 City Council meeting, providing an analysis of the 2024 storm season. The report should include lessons learned and assessment of the city's response, both immediate and long-term, highlighting strengths and areas for improvement, and any proposed amendments to the disaster operations plan. With that, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on G2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Harding. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move into council committee reports. H1, I am respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of a not to exceed $47 million Florida Public Utility Refunding Revenue Bond Series 25A and a not to exceed $35 million Florida Public Utility Refunding Revenue Bonds Series 2025B. And if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion for approval. We do have Mr. Green here if you have any questions.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. Let's move into H2. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the PSI committee referral list that we just addressed at the last meeting. This was a discussion on the enforcement of driving without a license and potential diversion options, and a discussion on allowing mobile homes to be placed on residential properties to provide temporary housing during disaster recovery and repairs. And with that, I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, we're going to move into H3. Councilmember Floyd, HLUT.
Yep, I am respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee referral list, and it's the item Universal Basic Mobility Pilot Program. It was requested by the referrer that we remove the item. I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. And moving right into H4, back to you, Councilmember Floyd.
So for this item, we're respectfully requesting the approval of a resolution approving a three-year agreement with 1 2-year renewal option with, I'm not going to read all of this. I'm going to ask administration if they have comments before we get into it. I know that there's been some discussion on this item particularly. No? Okay. All right. We're good to go? All right. Then I'm respectfully requesting approval of a resolution approving a three-year agreements with 2 1-year renewal options with Neutron Holdings, Inc., Lime, and Phoenix. Oh, my goodness. Do I read all of this?
You don't have to read it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, yeah, there's a lot in here, but it's our scooter share program.
How do you think the clerk feels sometimes?
What's that?
How do you think the clerk feels sometimes?
Oh, I know. I mean, I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it was the like D/B/A, USH, LLC, D/B. Yeah, it was all of that.
Move approval.
Yeah, I'll move approval. Okay, yeah, second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Putting me out of my misery. Yes.
Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
That's what Golden State calls an assist there, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
You just broke my heart.
Okay, we are going to recess as city council and convene as the CRA, and we're going to move into CRA 2, a resolution finding the proposed plan to construct a 16-story mixed-use building at 300 Central Avenue, consistent with the in-town redevelopment plan. And we've got Corey Malishka, I think, but we went pretty fast, so we'll give him a second. Welcome, Corey.
Good afternoon. Corey Malishka, zoning official with the City of St. Petersburg. How are you? You can dim the lights, please. Thank you. The subject property today is located at 300 Central Avenue. This property is currently developed with 11-story, 37,000 square foot mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and residential units on the upper floors. The existing building was severely damaged by back-to-back hurricanes that occurred in September and October of last year. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building and construct a 16-story building in its place. That will consist of 48,000 square feet as well as 74 hotel rooms and will be approximately 4,000 square feet of commercial space, and the construction cost is valued at about $20 million. This is the proposed overall site plan, including the entire block. The proposed project will consist of a 16-story building that'll be about 172 feet tall. Currently, there is no on-site parking for the building. The applicant will be providing at least 74 hotel rooms, and the adjacent owner at 360 Central Avenue will be one of those persons that'll be leasing the parking. The hotel lobby will also be accessible from Central Avenue as well as 3rd Avenue. This is just a blow up of the site plan. Proposed elevations before you today. The architectural style is modern. The tower will have clean horizontal banding, excuse me, rushed out here, with a facade creating a sense of rhythm and balance. The slim windows, groupings, and horizontal reveals emphasize, excuse me.
You ever say you want some water? Oh, you got it.
Thank you.
Look at you just being helper today.
Hey, you know.
What happens when you run? Excuse me, sorry about that. Also, the airport height that is being proposed will exceed the 158 feet above mean sea level. So this will require approval by the airport and obtain an airport obstruction permit. It's another view along 3rd Street, excuse me. With respect to compliance with the land development regulations, the subject property is located within the DCC. A mixed-use development with unlimited floor area ratio is allowed at this location. The proposed FAR before you is at 8.0. Staff determined that the proposed development is consistent with the zoning district standards, and therefore the redevelopment is consistent with the redevelopment plan. Another view of the lobby from Central Avenue. This is just a farther image. This is a close-up. Again, if you're across the street. Oops. And an aerial view looking down. The existing downtown development pattern contains a variety of building types, styles, heights, masses, setbacks, and orientations. The building form and the relationship of the building are consistent with other development projects within the redevelopment area, such as 200 Central Avenue, which is under construction in this image. There'll be a 41-story building, 408 feet tall, and then 400 Central, which is, of course, also under construction in this image, is a 46-story building, and that's going to be 515 feet tall, and that's under construction again at 400 Central. The building design took into consideration the relationships of the newer and older buildings within the redevelopment area for consistency. Staff has found that the proposed resolution for the proposed 16-story building, 74 hotel rooms, 4,000 square feet of commercial space, is consistent with the redevelopment plan, and we, subject to the staff conditions, and staff does recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into public comment.
Sean Kelly, please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Sean Kelly, address 575 2nd Avenue South. I'm the attorney for the applicant and owner, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, thanks, Sean.
Welcome.
Any other cards?
Only one.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Corey, thank you for the presentation. I want to talk, and I like this project, and it's about time. Like, we've been waiting a long time for something new to happen here. But what we have right now is in pretty bad shape, mainly because of the storms. So I want to talk about the timeline, particularly about the demo, because normally if there's a demo, it has to go along with like a short timeline then where something starts, right? So can you talk about how we normally do that and how we might be approaching this particular situation, because it is different from some other projects?
Correct. So if the building official considers this substantially damaged, which I believe he may, they do not need to have an approved site plan or plans in for construction. So that can be demoed tomorrow if the building official considers it substantially damaged.
Excellent. And is the property owner prepared to proceed with the demo request and activity
Well,
as soon as that, if and when that determination was made?
right, we're not prepared to make that decision right now because the determination hasn't been made yet.
Right.
But I would like to update council on what we're doing to secure the site, because I think that that's most important.
Mm-hmm.
So soon after the storms, there was a little bit of a melee, and netting was put up on the building to keep everything safe and prevent the stucco from falling. Subsequent storms blew that netting away, so that's why we have what we have now. We've submitted permits. We submitted permits April 7th, I believe, for new netting, and those are under review. Some of the reviews have been completed already. We're waiting on the building department review at this point. So then we will have new permits to hopefully put up new netting, and that's our preference, is to secure the site. If the building is deemed substantially damaged, we wouldn't really have an option but to demolish it. We would hope that we'd have a little more time to continue this process before that happened, but if that's what the building official determines, then we have to do what we have to do.
Mm-hmm. The reason I bring up this now, I know this is a CRA item, okay, so it's a little bit different, but I bring this up now because one of the purposes of the in-town CRA is to reduce blight. We'd like this particular blight to be reduced sooner than later. I appreciate that it has been made safe, but the area around it is still, it looks precarious. And the netting, yeah, I mean, it's a mess right there, and it's a prime corner, which is why I know this project is going to be incredibly successful and popular. But man, what we've got in front of us right now, it's got to go. So I'm just kind of looking for a plan that aligns with the intentions of the in-town CRA. We are not in a position in this meeting to put conditions on this. But know that that is a priority. I know there's a process that you're going to be going through after today. Hopefully we'll approve this. And we'll see what it looks like by the time that's done. But it's really about this demo and then what happens between the demo and construction start. Because that could be a while if you're granted the ability to demo soon. So we want that, but we also don't want a pile of dirt sitting there for the next year, 2 years until things get going.
Right.
So, and I'm kind of looking at both you and Corey to provide some guidance. Actually, not to provide guidance because we're not deciding this today. I'm trying to get my thoughts out here as you move forward, hopefully in the process. That I'm looking for demo sooner than later, and something that is pleasant in the meantime between demo and new construction. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think you're asking me to respond to your.
I would love for you to.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. On the demo, we just, as a team, haven't discussed a timeline yet, so I don't want to, mislead the council or prematurely commit to something. But as I said before, if the building official makes a determination that requires us to demo the building, that we really have, no option. And again, we would hope that we'd have a little bit more time to get through this process before that would happen, but, we'll have to do what we have to do. In terms of what happens with the site after it's demoed before we start construction, the good news is that it's a small site, and that's part of what has been the challenge with this project. It's a very small site, but I think that is a positive in terms of making it look nice, right? It's not like the 400 Central site that was an entire block that he fenced and turfed and all that. This is a lot easier to do something like that, and if that's a requirement of the cities, we're happy to talk about it. We are equally frustrated with the state of the building. We don't like seeing it that way. Yeah. So we share your frustrations. We also share your optimism for the new project. We're really excited about it. We think it's going to be a great addition to that particular part of Central Avenue. We'll really complement the new construction, the bars and restaurants. We think it'll be a great project. But we have to remember that this situation we find ourselves in was not our doing. It was not my client's doing. It was caused by the storms, right? And unfortunately, the entire city is, I think, still dealing with the repercussions of the storm. So while we're not seeking leniency, and that's certainly not an excuse, it is sort of the reason why we are where we are today.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I appreciate your candid response. It means
Pleasure.
a lot. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair. Oh, and I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. I do support this, but one of the things that bring me so much unease is parking. According to you're wanting to have a long-term agreement with your next-door neighbor for 23 spaces, but you're providing 74 hotel rooms and multi-use housing. Where they gonna park? I do see a parking garage across the street, and not to mention adding to the timeline of your demolition. Generally, demolition causes current parking to be blocked for safety. So we're already having issues with parking. So I think that's why it's extremely important that we have that timeline for demo and construction. So we'll see how much parking we're actually going to be losing while you're going through this phase. But again, I'm curious, we're building a building with no parking. None has been required or asked of on this project. How are we expecting to continue to build for people to live, but they don't have anywhere to park? So how are we going to try to address that in the future?
So there is code required parking. It's not provided off-site, which is permitted in the code. So for the hotel use itself, it is one room for every 4 rooms, and then the retail is 1 per every 1,000 square feet, which equates to 23 parking spaces. The code does allow, since the site you physically cannot park on the property, but the code allows off-site parking at a location within 1,000 feet that's walkable to park if they have more surplus parking. So the applicant has looked at a couple different sites, such as the parking garage directly to the south. That may be tight on parking, but they can still have an agreement with them. They're looking at McNulty's parking garage, which is within the distance, as well as the parking garage next to or parking lot next to the Cordova. The applicant does have existing agreements with some of those garages for his existing businesses. And so this agreement goes through, it's basically, we call it like a parking lease. It goes through legal for review. It's between the two parties, not the city, but it is recorded in public record. And so the parking has to be available on a continuous basis. So they cannot just all of a sudden say, I have no parking, and it's a code violation. And then they would be cited by codes for not having the required parking.
Okay, so how are the negotiations for those 23 slots going?
So, I mean, we take care of that at basically the permit time. So right now, we're going through site plan approval at a streamlined level. That's going to be one of the conditions that they have this agreement. And so prior to zoning signing off on that, they need that agreement approved by legal and recorded on record. And so we have that. The applicant can kind of speak to, we just talked about it this week, and he can provide more information on that.
So our first option, best option, is a parking garage right next door at 360 Central. And the owner, John Filippo, is actually good friends with the family who own that office building. So we've been talking to them for a while. We have a draft of a parking agreement right now that we're, slowly working on. We also, as Corey mentioned, we have an option to lease spaces in the McNulty Lofts garage, where Ford's garage is, and that's public parking. The owner has 17 spots there right now for a different business, but they're not required by code for that business, so they could easily be used for ours, for our project. And so we'd be asking the garage to increase that by 6 spaces to make it 23. And that garage is within the radius that the code allows for off-site parking. The third option, as Corey mentioned, is a surface parking lot open to the public next to Cordova Inn, and that is owned, I believe, owned by Accardi, who runs some of the parking garages in valet. And we think that Accardi would probably be doing the valet services for the hotel anyway. So using their lot for parking would make a lot of sense. The preference, of course, like I said, is the adjacent garage. And so even if for some reason the adjacent garage didn't satisfy the code requirements and we had to pick up McNulty or the surface parking to satisfy the code, we could still use spaces within the tower parking garage, just because it's right there and the owner says there's plenty of spaces. We understand that, parking is an issue, but we have options for that, and we're working on those. I'll also say, to put a garage on this site would probably just not work at all. But I think visually it would make the block look, the whole block would sort of look like a parking garage. And because the site's so small, this building would be probably 20 stories tall. It would look like a pencil on the corner there. So we wouldn't want that either. So the benefit of offsite parking is we avoid that and we get a better looking building that contributes to the character.
Okay, so I was just asking about the residents that are going to live there and what their, heartache would be trying to come home and long day and trying to find parking and, grocery shopping and those of that nature.
Yep.
How it would impact them. What's the time frame in notifying the surrounding businesses if the current parking spaces are going to be impacted for construction?
I should clarify one thing. It's a hotel, not.
Oh, not multi, no family,
not
no
like a
multi-use?
condo with residents, right?
Oh, okay.
A hotel.
Well, that
Just maybe less
emphasizes it
concern.
more. Okay. Okay. Well, still, if they travel like me with 5 and 6 luggage, trying to get where I'm going, no, but that works. But what's the notification of the surrounding businesses in regards to parking?
So they would have to get approval for an MOT through the city's engineering capital improvements department to close off any of the right-of-way, be it the sidewalk or the parking spaces, and our engineering department with transportation reviews that. I can't speak specifically to the timelines that comes out of their shop. From zoning, we'll send out what we refer to as a construction action plan. And we ask a lot of these questions of the developer, like, are you closing sidewalks? Are you closing the bike lane? Are you closing parking? Because we want to see how it maybe affects the businesses. Because you do have a couple of businesses right there to the west, which includes, a couple of restaurants that are already impacted by the construction at 2 and 400. So we look at that, we route that to the greenhouse to see if the greenhouse can work with these businesses, as well as any other concerns that may come up. And once we get the cap approved, then that goes through the MOT process, which again, engineering and transportation coordinate that.
Okay.
And DOT too will have to be involved because it's 3rd Street, which is the state.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my concern, the current businesses and how closing those spots would impact them economically.
Typically, they enclose right in front of their business, so or the building, excuse me. So, but I can't speak to not seeing the layout plan at this point. They might close more of the spaces on 3rd than on Central because they only have 40 feet of frontage on Central, and most of that is a landscape island. It might only affect 1 or 2 spaces, maybe. But I can't swear to that without seeing a layout plan yet.
And thank you for that clarification. I don't know why I saw multi-use housing in here somewhere, but it's all hotel rooms. Okay. Thank you so much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Corey. Thank you, team, for being here. I appreciate the presentation. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak up and advocate for smart development. I'm all for development that improves our community's appeal, visual appeal, all for eliminating blight. But we need to be cognizant of, one, the parking concern, so I'm glad that my colleague brought that up. That is a concern for me as well. But also the strain on our infrastructure. Sewage capacity. We need to be considerate of things like this as we move forward as a council, as a city. I want us to be cognizant moving forward of the fact that we have 31-story building going up at 800 2nd Avenue South, a 16-story building going up at 300 Central Ave, 46 stories going up at 400 Central, another 30-plus stories going up at 200 Central. This is a lot. So, again, I'm all for our city as it grows, adapting to the change. But I just want us to be cognizant with smart growth, slow and steady, not necessarily overdevelopment. So thank you. I appreciate that. Those are my only comments, Chair.
Thank you.
Just one quick comment, Chair. So just the reminder, of course, like in discussion like this, you can ask some questions because this is a time where you're together as a body. But just a reminder that your vote today, the scope of it is consistency with the plan. So, normally Michael and I keep a pretty close eye on the discussion to make sure it stays within that scope. But because today it was questions and some feedback that was not phrased in a manner that affected the vote itself. I did not intervene there, but I did feel like it was appropriate to give the reminder before the vote.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Garrett being absent.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move into CRA 3, a resolution finding proposed plan to construct two 31-story buildings located at 800 2nd Avenue South, consistent with the in-town redevelopment plan. Corey, you're up again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Lights, please, when you get a second. All right, the subject property before you today is located at 800 2nd Avenue South. The property is currently developed with a 3-story, 41,000 more or less square foot office building and surface parking. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing office building and surface parking lot and construct two 31-story buildings with 824 dwelling units and 3,800 square feet more or less of commercial space and approximately 1,550 parking spaces. The estimated cost is $225 million. This is the first floor plan showing the commercial space along 2nd Avenue, as well as some of the entrances coming off of 8th and 9th, as well as a little surface parking that will be within the building, access off of 3rd Avenue, and then you have residential lobbies, both corners along 3rd and 8th and ML King. There is a revision to the plan where it looks like they probably will be adding some liner retail actually on 3rd to actually screen the parking. The proposed project, again, will sit on top of a 7-story base. Vehicular ingress, like I said, is coming from 8th and ML King. There will be a 30-space little parking area access off of 3rd. Pedestrian access to the commercial space will be from 2nd Avenue South. Pedestrian access to the lobbies will be along 3rd Avenue South and from the corner of 8th Street and ML King. The ground floor will consist, again, of the 35,800 square feet of commercial space. This is just showing the proposed landscaping. The proposed project will, of course, occupy the majority of the site. It will have perimeter open space located along all street frontages, and this image just shows you that shown on private property as well within the right-of-way. This is an aerial view looking down kind of at the amenity deck and the two towers and how they're separated. Floors 2 through 7, again, will be parking. The 8th floor will be devoted to amenity space and 6 dwelling units, and floors 9 through 30 will consist of 8 dwelling units per floor. Floors 31 will consist of 10 dwelling units. The applicant will be dedicating 50 foot of right-of-way along 2nd Avenue, which has currently been is private property. It was vacated some time ago. These are just some views of the building, looking from the surrounding streets. Again, the building is contemporary. It's described by the applicant's architect. The architect is defined by flowing roof lines that evoke gentle motion of ocean waves and the touch of the sky. The facades combine glass and concrete. The colonnade frame the ground level, adding humanistic scale to the towers and providing shade. Above the podium, each L-shaped tower is located towards the exterior perimeter of the podium, leaving a large outdoor amenity area. The two towers step back from the street above the podium and do include projecting balconies and a crown feature. This is just kind of a nighttime view looking at the amenity space if you're hovering above the street or from a drone. This is the backside if you're over in the shopping center that is directly to the south along 3rd. So the IRP does include different design elements that we review for compliance, such as compliance with the Land Development Code, submittal to the CRA. Development shall provide architectural variety to the area. Infill development should create a sense of place. New development shall relate to other buildings in terms of scale and mass. Development shall be consistent with permitted uses within the downtown, and the intensity and use shall be governed by the underlying zoning district. The subject property is in compliance with the Land Development Code. It is located within the DC1 district. The FAR proposed is 7.0. Staff determined that this is in compliance with the code as well as in compliance with the plan. Just kind of a street level view looking at the lobby area. The proposed building does fit in with older and newer developments. The building will be urban with pedestrian-oriented features, including ground-level commercial space, lobby, entrances, screening of the parking garage, and floor-to-ceiling storefront windows along the front. This features also will have 10-foot wide sidewalks, street trees, and landscaping, bicycle parking, ground-level open space, and a new drainage system. There will also be a colonnade along the shops along 2nd Avenue, providing protection from Florida's weather. Pedestrian improvements will contribute to a pleasurable walking experience. There's just another view kind of looking. You can see the colonnade on the lower floor as well as the amenity space. This is what it would look like from 2nd Avenue. This is just the backside, again, if you're looking at it from the existing shopping center to the south. Again, the existing development pattern contains a variety of building types and building forms within the city. Other projects, like Camden Central, which is a 15-story building, 855 Central Avenue. There's 400 Central, which is a 46-story building that's currently under construction. The building also took design consideration into effect when looking at the layout of the proposed building and relationships with the surrounding buildings. There are actually a lot of underutilized properties surrounding this one. Staff does recommend approval of the attached resolution, finding that the proposed two 31-story buildings with approximately 35,800 square foot of commercial space, 824 dwelling units, and 1,550 parking space consistent with the redevelopment plan, subject to conditions that are in your report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment.
Kyle Hehenberger, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Kyle Hehenberger, 6056 29th Street South. I am with Echelon Development and am representing the owner's interest in the project. Thank Corey for his presentation, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other cards? Okay, Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Is this within the CRA plan? Yeah, staff's reviewed it. I feel comfortable with it. But goodness, it's just very different from where we started here, and it does feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity. That's nothing to say anything about this development in particular. But I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. We are going to adjourn as the CRA and reconvene as the City Council. And I think what we're going to do, council members, is we're going to take a 5-minute recess, come back and do F3, and then we'll take a longer break in between F3 or F2?
F2.
Excuse me, F2. Thank you. F2, and we'll come back, do that item, and then take a longer break before public hearings. So we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll call back to order our May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting, and we are going to come back to item F2. I think, council members, you should have the red line version with some additional language in front of you. Council members, any questions? Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want, legal, if you can just kind of walk us through it real quick, and that would be probably helpful before we do our vote.
Vice Chair, yes. What we have here is, instead of subordinating the workforce housing density bonus agreement, we kind of cordoned that off and took a scalpel to it. This is more surgical, where the main issue for the lender in this scenario was the ability to transfer the property in the event of a foreclosure. So that's really all they needed with respect to the workforce housing agreement. So this edit here authorizes the mayor to execute an agreement to consent to that type of transfer ahead of time. So it's pretty limited in its scope here.
Great. This is wonderful. So the attorneys this is all great work from everyone. Thank you all for going back there and doing this so quickly. It's amazing what attorneys can accomplish in so little time sometimes.
Well, we're happy with this. Yeah.
Great.
The affordable, the units won't be touched. They would survive and run with the land in the event of a foreclosure.
That sounds beautiful. Well, thank you for your work on that. Do we have a motion yet? I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Legal, thank you so much for knocking this out. Thank you for helping us get here, and then thank you for your willingness to work together. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, council members, that's all the work we can do until 5:01, so we will recess once again. We'll see you at 5:01. Thank you, everybody.
Sure. Thanks, Isabella. Okay, we will call back to order our May 15th, 2025 City Council meeting, and we're going to move into our public hearings. And we've got J1, J2, and J3 confirming preliminary assessments. We've got Joe Waugh joining us.
Move approval, J1, J2, and J3.
Oh,
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on J1, J2, and J3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda items J1, J2, and J3 unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to move into our second open forum. Any speakers?
No speakers in Zoom or in chamber.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, any announcements? Council members, any announcements? Man, we're making this easy. I do have one that I just thought I would bring up for Councilmember Givens. Councilmember Givens, yesterday in our CAPI meeting, each year we've been on a rotation of purchasing a lift for our kids at community pools. This pool will be Child's Park. And so it'll be installed over the next probably 90 days. So I thought you'd be excited to hear that.
Thank you for sharing that, Chair.
What is this? Somebody tried to get away with that, huh?
Well, I'm just telling you, that's on my calendar.
Yeah. Okay, council members,
Kim tried to slip it by us. It's Kim Amos's birthday. It's no tomorrow. It's tomorrow. So we're gonna sing Kim happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kim. Happy birthday to you. Okay, council members, if there's nothing else for good of the order, thank you for a great day, and please enjoy your weekends. We are adjourned. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
So, Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, 2 things. When we still lived in the 1-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," She called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffingett and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 5 dozen of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between $350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later. from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-park golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain on a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the rain's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. The best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms, take out the trash, make sure it looks good, clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in three main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
The
overnight.
second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, you know, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, you know, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out, cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage, and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated.
Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas, there's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk. Have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging. of all of the runners, no matter your pace, everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted. The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
Who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. And you don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's got, this makes complete sense.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we call the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I would live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family is actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because, as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the resident. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Welcome to St. Petersburg, a city where everyone is celebrated.
Whether visiting during Pride Month or any time of the year, St. Pete is committed to being a safe and welcoming place for the LGBTQ+ community.
Here in St. Pete, we are proud to boast we've earned a perfect score on the Municipal Equality Index from the Human Rights Campaign since 2014.
In so many corners, a spectrum of support and opportunities exist, starting with our dedicated LGBTQ+ Visitor Center.
To Metro Inclusive Health, where they cater to the needs of our LGBTQ+ residents and visitors.
Not to mention the entire month of June, where people come together and support love for what it is. Love.
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 From parades to parties, from support to celebration, St. Pete is a city where we want everyone to feel safe and be themselves.
Join us in St. Petersburg, where equality is more than a word, it's a way of life. Because together,
we are.
We are.
We are.
We are St. Pete.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. you know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're going to have some plantains in there, you know, and we're going to have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. If they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. we all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
My name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20. And some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-crank radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeteprepares.com and our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure is huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but like you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
12 Spark! Together we ignite. Together we ignite. Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite! Woo!
to a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward. Methodically, the intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand upon a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3. We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of 1st Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic/engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are one block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
it.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work here. Like, this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply Well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're going to do this.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs, certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town, streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Hey, go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. Despite the recent rain, it's still a beautiful day in the great city of St. Petersburg. And I'm especially glad to be here at one of our water reclamation facilities, ground zero, for some of the most important infrastructure improvements underway in our city. Let me begin by recognizing several of the leaders of our St. Pete team joining us today. On my westward side, council members, City Council Chair Copley Gertis, Amber Bolding, our emergency management manager, is with us as well, and she'll be saying a few words. We're also joined by members of our City Council. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, and our City Administrator Rob Gerdes and members of his administrative leadership. Thank you all for the job you all do every day. We're also joined fresh from I was going to say the chaos, but from the legislative session in Tallahassee, Senator Darrell Roussan, thank you for joining us today. Now, it might feel like we just wrapped up the last storm season, but the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season begins in just a couple of weeks, and we've begun working hard to prepare. The back-to-back storms we experienced last year, Helene and Milton, were unprecedented in both strength and scope. Their impact made it unmistakably clear that climate change and the effects of extreme weather is not a distant threat. It's here, and the time to act is now. That's why we created the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR. SPAR is our accelerated strategy to strengthen our infrastructure and build long-term resilience in the face of a changing climate. A core part of that plan focuses on our water reclamation facilities, critical infrastructure that was pushed to its limit during last year's storms. Today, we'd like to update our community on the progress we've made to fortify these facilities and to share additional steps that we are taking to prepare for this year's hurricane season. On water reclamation and infrastructure resilience, the theme of this year is clear: resilience. Last year, we faced projections of storm surges as high as 15 feet, levels we have never seen before. 2 out of our 3 water reclamation facilities are in evacuation zone A, leaving us with a very small window of time to act before landfall. Now, our staff worked aggressively to protect these sites and equipment. Still, despite their efforts, some services had to be temporarily suspended so we could avoid extensive long-term damage and initiate repairs. That's not a situation we want to be in again. And that's why we chose the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility as the site of today's event. This facility is home to several infrastructure projects now being accelerated under SPAR. Originally, many of these projects weren't scheduled to be completed for another 3 to 5 years. But that's no longer acceptable given the escalating environmental risks that we face. We must be more agile in our response to significantly greater weather impacts that we are now experiencing. So we're expediting timelines, elevating critical infrastructure, flood-proofing buildings, and installing new pump stations. We purchased and deployed an aquafence to protect one of our key lift stations. All told, we're accelerating more than $545 million in infrastructure investments across our 5-year capital improvement plan, advancing projects that will help safeguard our city from future flooding. And this work is happening now. Many of these improvements are either nearing completion or will be done by year's end. And we are exploring additional ways to fund more improvements more rapidly. Following our remarks today, we'll provide a guided tour of this facility so the community can see how these systems operate and what we're doing to strengthen them. Now, some may ask, why did the city wait so long to act? And the fact is, we did not. These projects were already in the pipeline based upon the best available science and projections at the time. What we've done is take aggressive action to accelerate these projects based on our updated data and our experience with our current realities. You can view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, and I encourage everyone to check it out. Now, beyond infrastructure, we're also making strategic preparations for the upcoming hurricane season. We're cross-training staff, we're pre-staging critical resources, and preparing recovery centers across the city. This includes securing backup power, boosting internet access, and positioning emergency equipment. We've launched the Resilient St. Pete Task Force in partnership with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And just this past weekend, the task force held its first resiliency listening tour, gathering input from residents in our most flood-prone communities. St. Pete Fire Rescue is adding 3 high-water vehicles to our fleet. Thank you, City Council. And our Public Works Department has secured additional pumps to respond to future flooding events. We're also working with our debris contractors and preparing debris management sites so that they're ready for immediate activation. And let's not forget the Hometown Haulers program. After a successful launch last year, we're working to make it a permanent post-storm recovery effort. Earlier this month, the city's executive policy group participated in Operation EOC Ready, an annual training exercise to ensure our leadership team is prepared to respond when the next storm hits. Now, this list isn't exhaustive, and our preparations will continue throughout the season, but it reflects our city's commitment to addressing storm preparation and resiliency as an important priority for the city. And in closing, to the residents of St. Petersburg, I share all of this with you to assure you that our team has been working hard to be ready for the storms that will inevitably come. We spent the last several months not just recovering from storms, but applying lessons learned and acting with urgency. Still, we cannot do it alone. While the city is doing our part, we need the community to do your part as well. Please start making your storm plans now. Prepare your homes. Talk to your neighbors. Don't wait until it's too late. Storms are only getting more powerful. It's not a matter of if we get hit, it's a matter of when. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Council Chair Gerdes, followed by our Emergency Management Manager Bolding. And after all remarks, we'll take your questions and invite you to join the facility tour with Public Works Administrator Claude Tankersley. And remember, we are St. Pete. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and Mayor, thank you for your continued partnership, the administration, all of our city employees for their dedication, not only on a daily basis, but certainly through some of the hardest times we've ever experienced. If you know me, I say it often, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you to my colleagues. We've got a lot of them here: Vice Chair Hanowitz, Councilmember Gabbard, Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Fig-Sanders, and Councilmember Givens here in attendance. Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Floyd had conflicts, but let me tell you, if you've watched a meeting or a committee meeting over the last 6 or 7 months, you know the dedication and the passion that my colleagues have for storm preparedness and resiliency. Thank you for everything you do on a daily basis, and it's my greatest pleasure to work with you on a daily basis. What was coming to mind in my silly kindergarten brain as I was thinking about these remarks was the very eloquent and well-spoken Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit. And when I think about this, I think about the storms of 2024 and how hard we got hit, and how these storms did not discriminate in our area. You think about District 2 in Riviera Bay, District 3 in Shore Acres, District 4 in Meadowlawn and Coffee Pot, District 5 in Lake Maggiore essentially being shut down, District 6 in the devastation of downtown and Coquina Key, District 7 flooding, unprecedented flooding in Broadwater, and in District 8 inland flooding in Kenwood, and kind of the cross between District 1 and District 8 near 58th Street, where you saw homes that are miles away from the water take on feet of flood. And then in my own district, districts that had never flooded before, neighborhoods, Causeway Isles, Yacht Club Estates, and Jungle Terrace take on water. These storms hit us all. But what I think about is us coming back stronger and even more prepared. And I think about those storms and I look at what we have accomplished since. Activating multiple debris sites. The mayor touched on the Hometown Haulers program. Councilmember Fig-Sanders, thank you for your leadership there. And I'll say it again, 2.1 million cubic yards of debris picked up in 90 days. And I used the Empire State Building the last time I spoke about this, but just to give you some more context, imagine 400 Central, doubled in size, the entire block in which it sits. And that's the amount of debris that this city picked up in 90 days. Examining what we have done helps us get ready for what is coming this next season. We talked about an aqua fence, elevating our most important assets that you're going to see just in a couple of minutes, a pump station in Salt Creek that we have quickly moved on, and what was going to be one high water vehicle turned into 3. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership there. And tens of millions of dollars in investments just in 2026 in resiliency and infrastructure. So again, if you've watched or listened to a meeting, the city is preparing. It has not stopped. Both administration and city council are constantly thinking, preparing, and imagining what the future has in store for us. And let me tell you, working side by side with them on a daily basis, I would not want a different team thinking about what this city's vision is going forward. So finally, once again, thank you to council. Thank you for your innovation, your dedication. Thank you for the partnership with the mayor's office and all of administration. And we are so blessed to have you. And so as we prepare, we ask you to prepare as residents. We're trying to have that vision, think forward. Please do the same. And you're going to hear much more of that from our next speaker, Amber Bolding, the Emergency Management Manager. And Amber, thank you for all of your work and dedication, and thank you for your partnership. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Teragurtis, really for your support and your partnership throughout a truly unprecedented 2024 season. And even more for your continued leadership as we head into this new season with 2025. So today we've heard some really important updates on the city's preparedness and resilience initiatives. And I want to focus on something really equally important as we look ahead, and that's preparing ourselves, our family, and our community for this 2025 season. So as we think about preparedness, this year we really have an advantage that we've never had before. We've all experienced record-breaking impacts in the 2024 season with Hurricanes Debbie, which we forget a lot about Debbie, Hurricane Helene, and Hurricane Milton. We've seen firsthand what nearly 7 feet of storm surge can do to our coastal neighborhoods. We've seen what 20 inches of rain in a short amount of time can do to our interior, our normally high and dry neighborhoods. And we've seen what nearly 100 mile per hour plus winds can do to our homes, our parks, our infrastructure. So why do I say that's an advantage? Because there's power in knowing what to expect from these storms. We have that knowledge now. We've learned from it. Understanding how you and your family were affected last year now allows you to pinpoint those specific preparedness needs for this year. So just as the city is applying lessons learned on our infrastructure and the way we prepare and respond to things, you now have that for your personal preparedness plan. You can do the same. So what do you now know that you wish you would have known before Helene or Milton or even Debbie? Was it the critical importance of your evacuation plans and maybe your sheltering options? Was it knowing how much food and water would be sufficient, especially in light of a outage if water gets shut off? Was it ensuring or knowing where to access the latest and the most accurate weather updates or the emergency notifications? So each of your personal lessons learned, and everybody's lessons learned is going to look different, each of your personal lessons learned underscore the vital importance of proactive preparation. So now is the time to review your family's emergency plan. Reflect on last year and make a better plan for this year. Remember, no one can better prepare for your family than yourself, and then you can. As a fellow St. Pete resident and living in a coastal community, I understand and I know that these preparations are overwhelming, they're challenging, and they really are easier said than done. But the key is to start your planning now, during blue sky, and not wait until gray sky times. So to support our residents, the city is partnering with Pinellas County for our annual Hurricane Preparedness Day. This year it'll be on Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Willis S. Johns Recreation Center. That's at 6635 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North. This will be larger than any expo that we've done before. It'll be a free family-friendly event. We'll feature presentations on critical and crucial topics like evacuation plans, storm safety, and emergency preparedness. The folks that come will have access to valuable resources, including free hurricane kit supplies, so it'll help you kickstart whether it's your Go Kit or your Stay Kit. You can look up your evacuation zone, register for the Special Needs Evacuation Program. We'll also include resources for pet owners, information on sandbags, and a kids' education zone. It's going to be a great opportunity to ask the questions. Ask them now. We're going to have resources. We'll have the experts there. Ask your questions, gather essential information, connect with resources that can make a real difference when a storm threatens. And finally, I want to emphasize the strength of our community bonds before, during, and after a storm. Chair Gertis said it well. When we come together and we go through something, we come back stronger. It really is the spirit and the heartbeat of our city. Check on your neighbors, especially families with children, the elderly, those with mobility challenges. Simple acts of kindness and support can make a profound difference during difficult times. We can't control the weather, but we can control our preparedness for it and what we choose to do today. So I urge every St. Pete resident, take this opportunity seriously. Attend Hurricane Preparedness Day on May 31st. Review your plans and implement those lessons learned that we all have from last year. Ensure you have what you need to protect yourselves, your families, your loved ones, your neighbors. And let's work together to make this hurricane season a safe one for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amber and Chair Gertis. And before the tour, we'll take any questions you might have.
Mayor Welch, so how much, you said it's accelerated. When do you expect the project to be complete?
Well, there are several projects. There are a number of projects that make up SPAR.
The sewer plant, yeah, the recreational project.
Recreational?
Reclamation.
Okay. I'm going to ask Claude Tank. He's the best dressed of all of us today. But Claude, our Public Works Administrator, if you can answer that question, please.
Thank you, sir.
So as the mayor mentioned, this project, the platform you're standing on right now, has been under design and construction for several years now. The storms really kind of caught us off guard by hitting before the project was complete. So the project was originally supposed to be completed next year, next summer. We are pushing hard to get it completed before then. Some of it is going to be completed this summer, and the rest will be completed either by the end of this year or early next spring. Thank you.
Claude, can you describe the project and
Sure.
what we're standing on?
Actually, yeah. So we are standing on a large platform, as you all have noticed as you climb the stairs. This platform, what we're standing on right now, is 11 feet above sea level. Now, why 11 feet? FEMA recommends when you're in a flood zone like we are that you build 2 feet above the base flood elevation. FEMA sets that base flood elevation. The base flood elevation for the property we're in right now is 9 feet above sea level. That's the base flood elevation. You add 2 feet to that, that's 11 feet. That's why this platform we're standing on right now is 11 feet above sea level. And this platform will house all of the generators that will run the plant when power is no longer available.
Can you talk about the impact of those changes compared to what is here now? And I know you guys didn't make the decision lightly in either storm to shut down any of the facilities, but just how much goes into that moving forward in the next storms?
Yes, and so our goal ultimately is not have to just shut down during a storm that it would be similar to what we saw in Milton or Helene. Again, 11 feet above sea level for this platform. So the impact would be that we would be able to safely protect the equipment as well as the employees. So remember, when these neighborhoods evacuated, our employees couldn't. They had to stay here until the last minute and then escape through floodwaters to try to save themselves. We don't want to do that anymore. So these projects that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years will help to protect the employees as well as the equipment.
So,
Let me add on to Claude's statement. Don't go anywhere, Claude.
Okay.
You know, one thing for folks to keep in mind, though, is although we are increasing the elevation here, and I think we're trying to get to 15 feet ultimately, that folks need to factor into their planning the fact that if we get another Milton, another 15 feet projected of storm surge, there's a possibility that the sewer plants might go down. We haven't had to factor that into our planning before, but folks need to factor that in now. Also, our staff worked very diligently, and thank you, Senator Roussan, for your work on getting some kind of crane regulation that's standard around the state. They made good progress on it, but at this point, folks need to factor in if they live in the vicinity of a crane. The city still doesn't have the authority to regulate that. So we're going to have to warn folks again, build that into your planning. So those are things that folks have to change. It's not the hurricane planning from 10 years ago. That needs to be updated as well. Who's the next question? Yeah.
Hi. Hey, Claude. So just to clarify, this is now 11 feet. Will these generators be here by this hurricane season? Specifically for this project, what's the timeline?
So the generators, we plan on them being here. Part of the challenge we have, as hopefully everybody knows, is that these generators and all the equipment are very expensive, very large, and they're often not manufactured nearby. So we have to have them shipped in, oftentimes overseas. And so any kind of disruptions to our supply chain could and will slow down the delivery of that equipment. It is our goal to have them here before a storm hits. We will not guarantee it. And you know, the mayor mentioned a good point. We're standing on an elevation of 11 feet, but last year we had a prediction of a 15-foot surge. So that's why you see these forms along the edges here. We're going to be raising this up to 15 feet. So we're building a wall around the edge of this. This will remain at 11 feet here, but we're going to be building a wall around this platform that'll lift it up to the 15 feet.
And is that also before the storm season?
That is our intent.
So it could be 12. You can get a storm surge of 12, but this would be okay.
Yes, That's correct. When we get the wall in and the other barriers that if we got a 12-foot storm surge, this should be fine.
And if that's the case, then you wouldn't have to shut off the sewer plant.
We hope not. Now remember, we still have to evacuate our employees. That part is not going to be, that improvement won't come for another couple of years. So we still have to figure out how to evacuate the employees. But we're working so that we won't have to shut the plant down.
When you say that improvement about the employees, that's
Yes.
not the wall, you're talking about something else?
Yes, well, if you look around you, you'll see there's multiple equipment here. There's multiple facilities. This isn't the only facility on the plant. And so where the employees are stationed, their operation building is at the far western end of this property. That has not been elevated yet. And so that's one of the future projects, is to elevate that facility also.
Okay, but if employees can't be here, then the sewage plant needs to be taken offline?
We're working on a way to find a way that we can we can operate it remotely without having to shut it down before we leave. One of the challenges is not so much the operating it remotely, but is shutting it down remotely. So we're working on a way to be able to do that remotely, and we hope to have that in place before we get a storm.
This year?
This year before we get a storm. But again, you know, I can't guarantee anything because we never know when we're going to actually get that storm.
Let me just chime in on Claude's word guarantee. We are investing millions, upwards to $1 billion when everything's put together, but there is no guarantee. You can only invest so much. You're never going to be storm-proof for a 18, 20-foot, 25-foot storm surge. Folks need to factor that in. We're doing everything, I think, humanly possible, everything fiscally possible to give us a higher level of capacity and resilience. But at some point, if a storm crosses that threshold, folks need to understand they need to evacuate.
Any other questions?
Yes.
On the cross-training employees, is that when it comes to permits and that sort of thing too, or when did you see this season that you decided to do that?
Rob or Claude, can y'all speak more to what we're doing with that cross-training? Or James? James Corbett, our City Development Administrator.
Good morning. So as it relates to cross-training for post-storm, whether it's storm damage assessment as well as permitting, plan review, we're looking to get individuals that are typically not involved in those processes trained so that they can step in a time where we have a surge in need for permitting. So yes.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions?
Yeah, I remember last year when the sewage plant shut down, the city had ordered like porta johns or porta potties in. Is that still the case this year? Is that being...
We are evaluating the effectiveness of everything we did last year, including those portable showers and toilets as well. So that's something we're still evaluating.
And is the other sewage plant the one that was shut down in the
Southwest?
Southwest, yeah. Is that going through the same thing too of raising,
It's
generators up?
Yeah, it's a different model, but Claude, can you speak to what we're doing at Southwest?
So a lot of the Southwest plant, the equipment was raised after we had the expansion back in 2016, 2017. We raised a lot of the equipment there during that process, and so we have more work to do there, particularly on the operations building for the employees. But the Southwest